We're recording meetings in session.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the August 19th, 2021 virtual meeting of the MFAC. And I believe at the bottom of this page, if you read, the MFAC may amend the agenda at the start of the business meeting. Jared, do you have some changes to the agenda?
The division would like to propose two changes to the agenda. We'd like to expand the discussion item A, incidental take permit application update, to also include an update on the Atlantic largemouth take reduction plan, as well as moving discussion item F, review of MFAC authorities in fishery management, to after the director's comments as item 3.
Therefore, you'll move right through and numerically it'll be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9.
I can pull up a revised agenda if there are no objections from the commission to those slight modifications.
All right, members, I need a motion on the review and approval of the August 19th business meeting agenda.
And the motion would be on the amendments as proposed by DMF. I have a motion by Suki Sawyer.
Thank you, Suki. Can I get a second?
I'll second it, Shelley.
Thank you, Shelley. All those in favor?
We can do this by unanimous consent. So if there's any objections, not seeing any objections, I'll raise a new agenda.
Thank you, Jared.
All right, this is the amended agenda here. We'll proceed to item 1B.
Review and approval of the June 3rd draft business meeting minutes. Has anybody got anything to ad lib or discuss on the minutes taken for the June meeting? If not, I need a motion to approve.
Suki Sawyer has his hand raised to move the motion to approve the June 3rd, 2021 draft business meeting minutes as final meeting minutes.
Thank you, Suki. I need a second.
Mike Piernock has his hand raised as a second.
Thank you, Michael. All those in favor?
I'm not seeing any objections.
Thank you, Jared. Moving on. I'm just thankful once again that we've got a full commission here in attendance. Hopefully you've all had a enjoyable summer for those who vacationed and a profitable summer for the harvesters who sit on the commission. And I will hand it over to Commissioner Ron Amador.
Good morning, Chairman Kane, and thank you for having me here today. I missed the last meeting due to a function that I had going on. It was a conflict. I'm glad to be here. I'd like to just take a little time to thank Director McKinnon and his team at DMF for again, the rapid progress on the CARES Act 2 funding program. Much like the first one, they are way ahead of the curve and doing a great job. And that should be appreciated by all of our stakeholders as well. I'd also like to thank Dan and his staff for helping with the legislators' ENRA committee. The ENRA committee, for those that don't know it, is the Environment, Natural Resource, and Agricultural Committee of Legislators. We had pretty good attendance from several of those folks and did a tour of 3-stop tour down on the South Shore on the Cape. And DMF took us down to talk about the shellfish industry. It was very well received. Dan and his staff did a great job as always. And I just wanted to point that out and thank that for that. And that's all I have for comments for you today, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any questions for the Commissioner?
Not seeing any hands raised, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ron Amidon. We'll move on to law enforcement. Who's on for law enforcement today?
Lieutenant Bass.
Good morning, Lieutenant Bass. The floor is yours.
Hi, good morning. Just making sure you can all hear me all right. Jared, if you can, I'm kind of multitasking underway on a boat.
Loud and clear, Matt.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Yep. Hello, everybody. I think our summer's been kind of relatively busy. A lot of people, a lot of boat traffic and whatnot. As far as marine fisheries, the striped bass season again is going kind of slow, but there's a number of violations on the North Shore. But I think of the complaints we get on the canal, I think those canal regulations are working. They're basically legitimate complaints that we can deal with. A number of I don't know, call them disturbances or fights or whatnot. But as far as the enforcement, I think that's working. Sea bass and the fluke have just kind of been status quo, a little slow. Not much to report there. As far as the lobstering and the compliance with the new whale rigs and the contrivances, I think for the most part, I haven't heard a lot of complaints, and I think we're getting fairly good compliance with that. On our hiring side, you might see 3 new faces in the field that just got recently assigned to their areas. 4 more have just been released from the academy and doing their field training, and probably see them in the next couple of months. But besides that, I think that's all I have to report. If there's any questions.
Any questions for Lieutenant Bass?
I got a question, Ray.
Suki, go ahead. You're recognized.
Yeah, I know you can't talk much about it, but I'd like to talk about what's going on in Sandwich right now. There seems to be a lack of communication between law enforcement and the fishermen down there. There's a lot of frustration by guys down there of trying to contact officers, you yourself being one of them, and the 800 number, no return calls type of thing. I think law enforcement needs to do a better job of getting back to fishermen when they're actively trying to contact you for issues that they have. They're getting very frustrated by the lack of response from law enforcement.
Yeah, I think that goes both ways. I mean, I can certainly look up, and we can anytime they call the 800 number dispatch, the call is logged. I took, I don't know, 15 or 20 calls on my vacation regarding that. I don't think anybody called the 800 number. And for better or worse, you know, sometimes it helps to go direct. But the way to get an official complaint or to actually to log it is to call the 800 number. But I can certainly look into that to see if something fell through the cracks there. And if there is something you need to talk offline about that, we can certainly do that after the meeting.
Okay, thank you, Lieutenant Bass. I'm just, is this enforcement action done with down there? Seems to be a lot of frustration by guys thinking there's been gear lost down there, and they're not sure it got stolen, just cut off, or whatever. I mean, I guess it's gonna take draggers to find it at this point, because there seems to be no buoys where there was gear type of thing. I'm not sure how many traps you guys have brought in, but is there gonna be any more follow-up down there?
Oh, absolutely. This is still kind of in the early stages, and again, I, as you said, can't really comment on that. But again, in regards to some of those complaints, missing gear and whatnot, if you want to talk after the meeting, that'd probably be better.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So I have one comment and a question, Lieutenant Bass, to follow up on Suki's comments. This is why we need more boots on the ground. That's my comment. And my question is, are we still in the hiring process? Have we got new candidates going into the academy schooling to eventually be in the field?
I meant to follow up and ask that. As far as I know, I think we might have one officer in the pipeline, but that's all I know of right now.
Okay, so I'll just follow up. I thought there was a push where we'd be recruiting 10 candidates a year you know, and then you go through your filtering process and you might end up with 5 or 6, but I was always hopeful that we would maintain this hiring regime for enforcement, because Suki made it very clear. And I understand you gentlemen are understaffed, but it's frustrating for everybody. It's frustrating for the harvesters. It's frustrating for enforcement and probably the public, you know. So anyways, that's my question, comment. Thank you, Lieutenant Bass. Any other questions for Lieutenant Bass? If not,
Not seeing any additional hands raised.
okay, let's move on. Director Dan McKiernan.
Thank you, Ray. Just to follow up on Matt's comments, I know there was up to a dozen officers all descended on Sandwich, so I know the response was outstanding, on the scene, and our state vessel, the Craven, came down and assisted, although we had problems with the boat because it had broken down for a bit, but we got it back online. So I think we'll be able to report on the outcomes of that and other adjudicatories at next month's meeting. So I look forward to presenting that to the commission at that time. On another piece of news, the final arguments, which were supposed to be held today in the Strahan versus the Commonwealth case, concerning right whales, was postponed until September 2nd. And I'm not sure if we reported out at the last meeting, but Bob Glenn and I and the DFG attorneys and a great team from the Attorney General's office spent 11 days in federal court in June. And we really were very well represented, and Bob was on the stand for many, many hours, as was I, and it was just a great, I thought we did a great job, especially Bob, in his explanations of some of the technical aspects of the assessments and the risk analysis. So we look forward to that. It's September 2nd. We'd be happy to share that it's a Zoom call, so it's actually possible for the public to listen in. And when the judge will be kind of peppering both sides with her questions based on the motions that have already been filed to her. So we look forward to that. I have 3 other issues I just want to report on. We held a meeting with Representative Cabral from New Bedford and his staff, as well as an organization called the Massachusetts Conch Association, to talk about the fishery management. This was about 6 weeks ago. It was very frustrating technology-wise, because we tried to do it in a hybrid mode where we had people present in the room and some folks calling in. The reason we had to go hybrid in that situation was their key contributor was a professor from the University of Arizona who had done some aging and maturity work on some limited samples that they had mailed out to them. Suffice to say, there's still a strong interest, on the part of the harvesters to see the maturity work be done. We don't agree with that. We think that a maturity study that's 5 years old doesn't really need to be redone. But we are interested in working with SMAST, Steve Cadron and his students, to do some modeling to determine, and it's something that I think Shelley, you brought up in the past, is to try to understand through some modeling and forecasting, what will the fishery look like in terms of catch composition and sex composition, males versus females, as we proceed with these gauge increases. So we're going to be working on that on the side, but it's nothing that's on our on our plates yet. We have offered advice to the SMAS folks to get them any data that we may have, or any advice on how to conduct those studies. So it's a good cooperative venture, and we look forward to working with the SMAS folks. In the area of mussels, this was an interesting development, and Bill Doyle was part of this. The commission should recall that shellfish is managed almost wholly by the municipalities, except for a few species, and one is ocean quahogs, and the other is surf clams. But the surf clams especially, the legislature gave DMF authority about 40 years ago to prevent kind of a balkanization of rules, because the surf clam fishery tends to be on a much larger scale. I mean, people don't, in order to get surf clams out of the sediment, you need fairly expensive and heavy dredges. In the case of the surf clam fishery, it's mostly hydraulic dredges that shoot water pressure into the sediment as the dredge passes over. So the point is, it's not really something you can do at a local level and be sustainable. It tends to be more of a state fishery where, beds are harvested, across town lines, and our whole fishery is probably around 15 boats, maybe. I think we have about 30 to 40 permits, but it's fairly small. Well, anyway, getting back to mussels, there was a group of fishermen fishing for mussels, in the entrance to Plymouth Harbor and in deeper waters, and doing fairly well in terms of the catches. And the harbor master, I think, was under the impression that was legal, or I'm sorry, that there were no town authorities in play, because this was a dredge boat analogous to the surf clam fishery. But as it turns out, Plymouth's shellfish regulations actually prohibit commercial fishing and only allow the use of hand rakes. So, after re-examination, it was determined that activity actually wasn't legal. And so it raises the question about municipalities' interest in managing out to the 3-mile limit, especially where a lot of those mussel fisheries can occur when there's a good set on mussels. So there was some progress at a recent select board meeting on Tuesday night, and I believe that the town has voted to allow the fishery to continue for about 6 months. But the expectation is that we should come up with some kind of maybe a default state management program that the towns could trump if they wanted to, manage. But in many cases, it may just be the town will want to manage the mussel harvest in the embayments and near shore, and not venture out to the 3-mile limit. So it is something that we'd like to work with the Mass Shellfish Officers Association on and try to get their buy-in. And so that's kind of a work in progress. So I attended that meeting down at the select board meeting, and I don't know if Bill Doyle wants to comment on that. And then the last thing I just want to mention is the DMF has hired or promoted Mark Russo to assume Catherine Ford's role in the leadership of the Habitat program. And I know that some of the commission members, and especially Bill Emery, is very interested in engaging on the issue of time of year windows and winter flounder. And we're going to schedule that meeting we're going to have an internal meeting with the folks who are working on that in different parts of the state. And then we'll reach out to Bill and others and have that be kind of a side meeting with a minority of the commission members, and then report back at a future meeting. But it's a really interesting issue for those who are aware of our port profile project that we put out that was written primarily by the UMass Boston Urban Harbors Institute. The conclusions there was we need dredging like roads need paving, and that it's a form of infrastructure, and these harbors critically depend on dredging as needed. And the challenge that we have, that they have, is that with the time of year windows, they are restricted, often prevented from working during February through May, and that's quite challenging, especially if there's inadequate numbers of dredges around. It's hard to get all the work done. So it's worth looking into the new and developing technologies of eDNA, where the presence of certain species can be detected in water samples. Is really fascinating, and it's a growing field, and we hope to present on that in the future. So Bill, I don't know if you want to weigh in on that mussel issue. There isn't we don't have another spot on the agenda, so I welcome you to speak to that if you like.
Thank you, Dan. I think you summed it up very nicely. The town of Plymouth, I hope, is going to look to marine fisheries for some guidance. The selectmen were very much in favor of reopening the fishery and finding out what's there and having fishing activity. The town staff, unfortunately, was not, but the selectmen prevailed. So we have the one boat, the Southpaw, that will be able to start fishing. And then we actually will have application from a second boat to fish in that area from a town of Plymouth resident. But it did raise a lot of interesting points, and for me it was a big learning curve. And I don't know. I think maybe we should give some consideration to looking into managing some of these fisheries based on depth. I guess we certainly don't want to get involved in the close embayments, but this is out in the federal channel, and it's 55 and 90 feet of water, and the town wasn't even aware, and they were happy to have the boat fish for nearly 6 months and then abruptly turn course and shut the fishery down, and which I don't completely understand. I heard the story about how they thought it was under our jurisdiction, and I'm not sure that that's actually true or not, but anyways, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, yep, go ahead, Ray.
Thank you, Bill. Dan, have you summarized everything you want?
I think so. I'll take any questions on any of the other issues.
Dan, did you also want to comment on NOAA's release of the recreational Gulf of Maine time limits?
Yeah, thanks. Jared, why don't you summarize what came out in that announcement and what our legal obligations are there?
Sure. So earlier back in March 2021, when we set the recreational Gulf of Maine cod and haddock limits for the year, there was the outstanding question of whether or not we would, if there would be a for-hire bonus season in 2021 like there was in 2020. We just got word earlier this week that they would be enacting that bonus season. I think it's September 8th through October 9th. Let me just get the exact dates. It's September 8th through October 7th, that they would be enacting that again this year. Given the late timing on that, it's already August 19th. We won't be able to get a reg change done, but we had previously committed to adopt mirroring that should it be implemented. So like last year, we'll do that again by permit condition, just condition all the for-hire permit holders permits to allow them to fish during that bonus season consistent with the federal rules. Mr. Chair, Dan, I'm seeing 2 questions from the commission, Bill Amaru and Suki Sawyer.
Bill, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Dan, thank you for those comments concerning the progress we'd like to make on the dredging issue, and we're ready to go forward with the new appointee when that time is right. And the other thing I wanted to mention concerning the situation up in Plymouth with this new fishery that was developed, and the efforts that the state and local towns will be making to make a workable regulatory mandate. I'm just hoping that where we currently have fisheries, and I'm going to use the example of the Orleans, Eastham, Brewster, Wellfleet area, where we have a very healthy cohog fishery, and in the fall and winter, a very productive base scallop fishery, that those towns very efficiently manage. And I'm just hoping that the new way of approaching the combined resource overlaps isn't going to change on our communities. And if it is going to be if it's going to be a review of it, that the towns be invited to participate at every level for the discussion.
Yeah, Bill, I couldn't imagine us making the mistake of trying to take away town authority. I understand that in that pocket of Cape Cod Bay, which is so shallow, there is effort and there is management by the towns to go out to the 3-mile limit. I get that. But in some locations, I don't think you would agree that, like in Plymouth, that they necessarily would chase out to the 3-mile line, because that's just the mussel fishery. You don't have those other species in that end of the bay like you have over in your southeastern part of the bay. So all I'm envisioning is having like a background regulation on mussel harvest, which basically says, and I think Bill Doyle has sort of alluded to that, keep them beyond a certain depth, have a certain dredge size, have a trip limit, have a coastal access permit, and then say that the town, but if the town wants to intervene and regulate that, that's within their authority as established by section 52 of chapter 130. So nothing about this would tread on municipal authorities.
Okay. That's what I was hoping that I would hear, but you know how sometimes things they have a way of moving forward without the proper input from the communities. But that sounds good. I trust we'll follow along, and I hope that fishery can be maintained. It's mussel fishing is productive and usually short term because of the rapid growth and maturing of the mussels. So a great fishery to pursue. As you probably are aware, that fishery off of Dennis out of Sassuat Harbor was very productive, and I'm sure we'll be productive again when another set moves in.
That's the nature of it. It's so ephemeral, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Exactly.
Thanks, Bill.
All right. You're welcome.
Thank you, William. Suki, you have a question for the director?
Yeah, thanks, Frank. Yeah, good morning, Dan. Everybody knows about the baby humpback that was entangled up here. From all the rumors, I'm not sure, I haven't seen anything myself, that the whale breakaway rope worked like it was supposed to and the whale was released. Is that something you can use in this Massachusetts case, or is it too late for that, or just want to know?
Good question. Maybe Bob could weigh in, but Bob and I have not yet received like an official report from NOAA, but we are hearing the same story. It's for those who aren't aware of it, there was a juvenile humpback whale that was temporarily entangled and appears to have broken the buoy line at one of the weak points, which is really it's a great anecdote for success of what this plan is trying to accomplish. So we will stay on this issue, and if there's something that could be shared. I mean, at this point, all the evidence is sort of been presented, and the lawyers need to argue about what documents are already in play. But I think that this give and take might be a little bit, have some informal aspects. And if we can get a report from, and I believe NOAA has the gear, it was turned over to NOAA. If they come out with any kind of a statement, we'll make sure our lawyers have that in their arsenal.
Okay, Dan, thanks. I just think, this is what this whole rope breaking thing is all about. And a lot of guys have spent a lot of money and a lot of effort trying to comply with this. And so if it actually proves to work, I think it should be waved around like everything else seems to get waved around. So it's a plus for the fishermen, I think.
And Bob Glenn's going to speak to that under item 7, the incidental take permit and the TRT updates.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Suki. Any other questions for the director?
Mike Piernock?
Michael, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question concerning the for-hire cod limits. Just to clarify, will that be cleared up at the state end before that opens through action that you'll take, or is that not possible? I just need some clarification. Thanks.
Jared?
Yeah, Mike, so we will be issuing permit conditions well in advance of that September 8th opening. I expect they'll probably go out next week, and that will, with a notice that will, make those individuals who are for-hire permit holders in Massachusetts aware that through those permit conditions, we are matching the federal bonus season. So we have all the intentions of complementing that federal rule through the means we have available to us as early as possible. Just given the timing, we won't be able to do it by an emergency regulation, and we'll have to use permit condition authorities instead.
Thank you, Jared.
Thank you, Michael. Any other questions, Jared, for the director?
I'm not seeing any further questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay, let's move this along to a review of the Marine Fish Advisory Commission authorities and fisheries management.
Thanks, Ray. So I think after the last meeting, when I described my decision to expand the opportunity for seining in Boston Harbor on Fridays, there was some questions raised about the various authorities, and we thought it would be useful to review the tools that we use, especially as we're going to take some actions possibly today on these in-season adjustments, and talk about these. And I think it'd be a good review for the commission members to understand what tools we use and the roles that the statute gives each of you, because clearly when you read the statute about the purpose of the Marine Fisheries Advisory Commission, this is absolutely in your wheelhouse, and we just want to make sure that you understand how we use the law, and that you're comfortable, and in no way is the director like misusing authority, and that we're acting as responsible as we can. So I just want to talk a little bit about that, and Jared's got this slide up here that it's sort of the pyramid of rule amendments that we can use, or legal mechanisms. And I want to say that that Section 17A, I believe, dates back to the early 60s. And so that means that the Advisory Commission is about 60 years old at this point. And I just want to sort of remind everybody that in the early 1960s, there was no 200-mile limit. There were no councils. The ASMFC did not have a single management plan for any species, even though it did exist. And there were a lot of problems identified in marine fisheries, and a lot of conflicts. The biggest conflict, when I go back to those reports, that I see is conflicts between inshore draggers and lobstermen. And so the Governor Volpe at the time in 1960, he ordered the creation of a Marine Fisheries Advisory Commission to look into the problems in marine fisheries. And this report was produced, and I think you've all received that when you joined the commission. But one of the things that was recommended is that the Marine Fisheries Advisory Commission be made a permanent body. And hence, that's how you as a board were created. And the authorities for approving the regulations or rule changes on the amounts, the manner, the times and places that fish may be taken is your major role. But of course, you all show up to these meetings with all of your various perspectives and experience, and you also are great advisors to the agency. And it goes way beyond just the approval of a proposal about fishing. And so we really value your oversight and your feedback. So Jared's got this presentation, and we just want to go over this so that as we're taking actions or talking about these, you understand, and the various mechanisms. And so Jared, why don't I turn this over to you now? But go back to the slide and just like talk it through before you go to the next slide, because I think this is the essence of the discussion. But I think people need to see this, get it in their head as to what we do, why, and when. So go ahead, Jared.
All right. So this is, I put this pyramid together because this is kind of the way I think of it. The top of the pyramid is the law, and that's kind of the firmest, strongest way to manage fisheries. Then as you move down, it's regulations and emergency regulations that have expiry dates. Then a process that our legal team over the years has created to establish a declaratory authority for the director, which follows the process of a regulation, but it's a bit of a softer power and has a bit less teeth to it. And then permit conditions, which is kind of the bottom and used to develop pilot programs and respond quickly to management challenges, like I was just discussing with the for hire fleet, where the other tools in the toolbox won't necessarily get the job done in time. So we use these various authorities in different ways for different purposes, and with different levels of legal requirements as to what's involved for notification and oversight. So I wanted to just kind of go through each one of these 5 authorities and kind of give a very 10,000-foot view of what they do, how they're used, who uses them, and then kind of wrap in the commission's role into each one of these to help kind of create the landscape for what we do and where the commission's involvement is on these various items. So we begin with statute. The marine fishery statutes are all at general laws, chapter 130. Laws and statutes are established by the legislature. The commission doesn't have a formal role on this, but they may be consulted or briefed, or items that come out of commission discussions may be used to amend statutes, like we had with the law enforcement subcommittee's reviews of fines and penalties several years ago. That came out of the commission, a commission subcommittee actually, and then moved through the legislature where it was adopted into law. Similarly with lobster processing rules a few years back, discussions had at the commission level were then pushed through into state law or changes to state law. So what are the common uses of statutes? We have some statutes that set marine fisheries limits, such as closed season on edible crabs or prohibitions on the harvest of elvers. A lot of the state law at chapter 130 establishes management authorities, DMF's oversight over permitting, the Marine Fisheries Advisory Commission, and the regulation of certain fishing activities, home rule for the municipal management of shellfish. Those concepts and authorities are all embedded in chapter 130. And then another thing that is used, that the law is used for, is the enforcement of violations of marine fisheries law. Who's responsible? How can MEP inspect, catch? The director's authority to revoke and suspend permits, criminal and civil penalties. Those are all embedded in chapter 130. So that we move on to the next rung of the pyramid.
Jared, could I make a comment on the previous slide, if I could? I'd just like to observe for the commission that most of the laws that we see in the statutes predate the commission on places and times and things. And it's taken some time to move some of those authorities over to the commission. So pre-1961, before the commission existed, naturally the legislature had to do a lot of the rulemaking, or all of the rulemaking. So, there's a law, for instance, that still exists on the books about using only single lobster traps in the town of Gosnell. I mean, those are the kind of things that the legislature did back in the day, pre-1961, that today is clearly in the domain of the Marine Fisheries Advisory Commission and the director, but they're kind of holdovers from a previous era. So over time, some of those time, places, rules have been eroded by transferring the authority over. But having said that, if the legislature in their mind thinks that DMF is and the commission are mismanaging something, they can put a law in, and if the law is enacted, then that trumps any of our regulations that we might have that could conflict. So thanks for that.
Thanks, Dan. So then moving on to regulations, Dan said, a lot of the authority on managing fisheries has been moved over to the division and the Marine Fisheries Advisory Commission since the 1960s, and So, the code of regulations for marine fisheries is 322 CMR. Regulations are promulgated by the director pursuant to the authorities at chapter 130 and the public hearing and public comment processes in the Administrative Procedures Act at chapter 30A. The commission's role in this is to vote and approve fishing regulations governing the manner of fishing, sizes, times, and places of quantities of fish to be taken. That's all prescribed at chapter 130, section 17A. DMF also may seek advice or typically seeks advice on other regulations that fall outside of that specific authority, and are under the director's purview, such as permitting. So how do we use regulations? I mean, you guys should be familiar with all of this at the, because we do this on a monthly basis. So, catch regulations, striped bass, black sea bass, fluke limits, those are all done at, pursuant to the authority of chapter 130, section 17A, requiring a vote of the commission and approval of the DFG commissioner. Then we have permitting regulations, which are done pursuant to the authority of section 80. And those are done by the director, subject to the approval of the DFG commissioner. As I said, we typically consult the commission on those regulations, like we did most recently with the Tautog control date and limited entry action a couple years back. Then there's a couple other more discrete authorities, such as regulating vessel operating in Massachusetts waters to protect marine species. That requires approval of the governor, and that's something that we use when we developed the right whale speed limits or interactions by vessels with the right whales. Again, it doesn't require the approval of the Marine Fisheries Advisory Commission, but as you recall with the speed limit, we did engage and seek advice from you folks on that. So those are the kind of the various authorities we have to regulate and how we use them and what the commission's role is in that. So just below a regulation, or maybe more across from regulation, is the emergency regulatory authority. So state law provides that the director can file emergency regulations with the approval of the commissioner, and the Administrative Procedures Act sets forth that these regulations can go into place for a period of 90 days, during which time, if the commission votes to approve them more permanently, they can be adopted as a formal regulation. For setting an emergency regulation, the law does not require the commission have to vote on it, but we typically, when we do use the emergency authorities, we will consult the commission as best we can, given that emergency authorities are typically used to address kind of emerging issues. We've used this authority probably less and less as time goes on, because we've developed other tools in the toolbox that allow us to respond more readily to emergency issues, particularly as the administration of regulations has kind of become a time-consuming process, which complicates the use of an emergency authority. But in the past, we have used this. Typically, we'll use this in the springtime to set annual adjustments to recreational fishing limits. I think black sea bass is probably the most common use of emergency authority, where we hear from the ASMFC what the state's black sea bass limits can be for a given year, and let's say late March or early April, and we have to respond to make those changes by mid-May. In those instances, we'll use the emergency authority, particularly because our large population of recreational fishermen, we conditioning them, doing something like conditioning permits to implement those changes is really impractical, given we have 100,000 plus recreational permit holders, and a regulation is a more usable form of authority to implement that. We also do it to address emerging issues regarding public health, such as VP controls, to manage latent effort in fisheries. If we wanted to establish a control date, we may do that by emergency regulation to prevent new fishing effort from moving in to acquire landings before that control date. We might adopt a control date on an emergency basis, so that there isn't that new effort moving in, and to address other critical management issues, in addition to using the Vessel Operation Authority to enact the speed limit back in, I think, 2018. When we implemented that, we used emergency authority to do it as well. So those are kind of the ways that we use that authority. Below that, we have a declaration process, which we'll be doing today. This was implemented, developed by our legal staff over the past 15 years or so to more expediently react to changes in fishing conditions and utilizing quotas. If it's established in regulation at 322 CMR 6.412 D2, there's a bit of a process for that kind of follows the Administrative Procedures Act, where we have a 2-week written comment period. We do require the approval of the commission for the director to issue a declaration. So the director will make a recommendation to the commission like you would with a regulation, and the commission will vote it up or down. Rather than it being implemented by regulation, it's effectuated through the filing of legal notice and frequently the adoption of permit conditions. We notify the public of these declarations through publishing notices on our website, a local newspaper, the Mass Register, and sending out advisories and potentially permit conditions to all affected permit holders. The most common use of this is our in-season adjustment to commercial quota managed fisheries. For example, today's recommendation on black sea bass, we'll adjust the, with your approval, we'll take a declaratory action to adjust fishing limits in season to allow for greater quota utilization. We also do this twice a year to set the winter 1 and winter 2 scup limits, which we'll discuss. We try to use this only where there's a body of permit, discrete body of permit holders that are affected, so that we can backstop that with permit conditions. When we can't do that, we would probably use an emergency action instead. Then there's kind of the bottom of the rung of authorities, which is permit conditions. This was a process developed well before my time by legal counsel to allow the director to condition any permit issued under their authority. And that's established at 322 CMR 7.017. The commission's not required to vote up or vote down a permit condition. However, we typically will discuss these actions with the commission prior to making such a recommendation or taking such an action. We notify our constituents of these permit conditions by sending the permit conditions to all affected permit holders and publishing them on the website. Common uses for this are certain pilot programs we may run, like the summertime fluke or winter fluke pilot programs that we've been running over the course of the past couple years to respond to immediate and critical management challenges. So most recently, we use this authority to increase the horseshoe crab trip limits for trawlers to meet biomedical demand, particularly given the need for LAL during the pandemic, and to get those crabs to the biomedical firm for bleeding and LAL extraction. They also provide a flexible alternative to regulation to allow for a quick adjustment. So we may adopt the inshore net permit conditions for menhaden seining, so that if we have to respond to a user group conflict, we can do it quickly and not have to go through a more extensive regulatory process, or for adopting the landing days in the Area 1 sea herring fishery, where these may change. We may get word from the ASMFC that the landing days are changing on a Thursday on that Tuesday, and that doesn't give us the time to make these adjustments by regulation. So we use permit conditions as a way to to handle that. So this is, in conclusion, this is basically a summary.
Jared, before you conclude, one other use of permit conditions can be on the enforcement side. So if there's, if someone has been seen to violate certain rules, we've been known to condition their permits, for example. We required one lobsterman to contact law enforcement before they brought in any gear for inspection. So they, not just across an entire fishery or across an entire sector, we could actually condition an individual's permit as well. Thanks.
Yeah, so to avoid kind of reading this all for you, it basically, in summary, the commission was established by law to advise DMF on marine fisheries management issues. The law also requires commission approval on voting on certain DMF regulations affecting the manner, times, places, sizes, and quantities of fish to be taken. The commission also has the legal authority to appoint or remove the director with the commissioner of Fish and Game. DMF does have legal authorities beyond the oversight of the commission or the statutory oversight of the commission, such as permitting, emergency regulations, permit conditions, the operation of vessels. But by a matter of practice, we typically try to involve the commission in these other matters to the best of our ability, given the circumstances that may be in play. So that basically summarizes the various authorities and tools we have in the toolbox. So I'll take any questions the commission may have on this.
Questions from commission members, please?
Bill Doyle?
Yes, thank you, Jared. This is very helpful for me because I think there's been a lot of confusion, I know, amongst the commission and certainly myself over what we do and what we don't do. So I have a couple of questions. Wherever it says fishing, that includes shellfish, correct or not correct?
That depends on the type of shellfish and if it's a state managed shellfish fishery, because Section 52 of state law provides the municipality with the authority to manage shellfish in their waters, accepts the commercial harvest of surf clams and ocean cohogs, and the state can intercede and manage shellfish fishery in municipal waters if the town does not adopt a shellfish management plan. Additionally, we can manage the harvest of commercial shellfish for sanitation and public health purposes.
Okay. Another question, a commission member regarding making a motion. We have the ability to make a motion to, as long as it's in relation to the director's recommendation. But do we have the ability to make a motion on our own for a certain direction?
With regards to formal regulations, the process is that the director makes the formal recommendation. The commission can then either can either move the motion on the recommendation or not move the motion on the recommendation. If they don't move the motion on the recommendation or the motion fails, the commission advises the director on how to amend the recommendation, and then the recommendation, the director may issue a subsequent recommendation or withdraw the existing recommendation. So those are on the 17A issues that involve commission approval or commission approval of regulations. If the commission wanted to make a motion on something DMF should be working on, or as a more formal way to advise DMF, I don't see an issue with that from this standpoint, but on regulatory issues that require a vote of the commission, the recommendation has to come from the director And then it can be amended based on feedback, amended by the director based on feedback from the commission. But a motion or a recommendation on a regulatory matter cannot be set forth by the commission without the director doing it.
Bill, I think to just color that comment by Jared a little bit, my approach, and I think my predecessor's approaches have been to try to read the room in terms of, the mood or the willingness of the commission to adopt the measures. Obviously, we get this stuff out to you a week in advance of the meeting in terms of final proposals. And so my approach is to talk to the commission members individually or try to listen, so that if you're trying to wrestle me or their proposal to a slightly different, square on the board, then I've done that. Like we've even withdrawn certain aspects of proposals that went to public hearing when I knew I didn't have the commission's buy-in, and I hear that, either in advance of the meeting or I'm hearing it during the substantive discussion.
Thank you. This is just for my own education. It's not meant to challenge any authority, because I generally agree with everything that goes on. But when I was approached by a pretty high-ranking government official to be on the commission, I think what I was told, I was probably misinformed, and that was basically the message that I got was, if you see something that you don't approve of or it needs to be changed, make a motion and get it changed. And I don't see that a commission member has that ability. And I am, believe me, I'm fine with that. I'm just trying to understand myself how all of this process works.
Well, regulations have to be enacted first by a motion by the director, approval by the commission, then approval by the commissioner. Commissioner Amidon has to sign off on it, and then it goes up for final approval to EEA and ANF. So I would say that the best path forward for a change that you might want to see, and regardless, just theoretically, is to kind of convince that whole line of authority, because any one of those would prevent a rule from being changed, right? So all the way up to the secretary or ANF, they although they haven't done it, they could nix a rule change. Commissioner Amidon could nix it, or you need a majority of your members to go along with it. Otherwise, you couldn't even get that passed. Should you convince me as a director to make that motion? So I think it might have been oversold if the message you got was that the commission can basically override the director. But I think the history has shown from in my performance and that of the previous directors, especially David and Paul and Phil, that we work together on these issues. And as the third paragraph on this slide talks about appointment and removal. So I'm very attentive to, I try to have my ears open as much as I can to the individual commission members' concerns. And but knowing that there's 9 of you, and ultimately any changes would have to be accomplished by at least 5, and then the commissioner above us as well. So I don't know. I'm very cognizant of the authorities, and in no ways do I want to abuse any of that. I think it's a really good system overall in terms of having public oversight, and I think that the working relationships that we have as an agency working with you, the oversight body, I think it's as good as it could be. But if you have something that's that burns, I think you bring it up at a meeting under other business, or just talk to us, bring it up, and then we can start the conversation. And then, once, if I'm getting a sense from the commission, because you guys represent the public at large, if I get a sense that majority of you want something, I'm going to take it pretty seriously, and we'll proceed that way.
I absolutely agree with everything you said, so thank you. That's all I have.
Thanks, Bill. Any other questions? Mr. Chair, I'm not seeing any other questions. I'm going to make these, at the end of the meeting, I'll send these slides around as well as the slides for the other presentations today, so folks will have this available to them. With that, I'll bring the agenda back up for you.
Thank you, Jared. We're going to move on to number 4, Quota managed species updates.
Okay, Ray, Anna Webb is going to make a short presentation on some of our quota managed species. And I think Nicola, she has included a memo in your package about the transfers that we've received and how we've been managing the menhaden fishery that might be worthy of a short discussion as well. So at this point, Anne is going to present some trend analyses.
And I'll pull down my screen if you want to pull up your slides.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can, yeah, loud and clear. You're good to share.
What do you see?
It's the split screen with one slide and then the next slide in your notes.
How about now?
Full presentation.
All right, awesome. Good morning, everyone. My name's Anna. I'm our Fishery Statistics Project Leader. Story is on vacation this week, or he would probably normally be giving this. And I just have a quick update on the majority of our quota monitored species. These data are current as of yesterday. They are subject to change as more data comes in per usual. We'll start with black sea bass. We're at about 37% right now. We are tracking similarly to other years. So I have 2 figures on each of these slides. The left is the one that you've seen regularly throughout the year or in previous years, and it shows our projected end date as of yesterday. And then on the right, we added just a snapshot of the beginning of the season through the end of August to show how it's tracking compared to previous years in this window. For black sea bass, it's important to note that the quota did significantly increase in 2020 and again a little bit in 2021. So we are dealing with a much higher quota than the 17 or 18 or even 19 trend lines on the right-hand graph. Most of these slides will be pretty similar, so I'll run through them fairly quickly, but can go back if you have questions.
And just one comment, the projection portion, could you just highlight why the spread? So for example, September 14th, and the striped bass one, for example, okay. That may be better. September 14th to November 16th, what's the significance of that and the September 29th point estimate?
Yep, so the September 29th point estimate is roughly if we follow the exact same trend as the last week or so. You can kind of see here that these little bumps are exactly the same as this little bump here. And the September 14th and November 16th, that's kind of our uncertainty window right now, given how things might change and how the different rates throughout the year have changed. So it just uses a model to predict, what we think might be the earliest date or the latest date, given the current trends and the trend throughout this year.
And could you just speak briefly to how this data is collected?
Yep, so these are collected from dealer reports. So dealers are required to report weekly. They report a calendar week by the following Tuesday, which is why we generally present this data on a Wednesday or after. And so it's basically through the previous week. So these data pretty much are through August 13th, 16th. Sorry, can't remember what Saturday's date was. 15th, I think.
This fish, commercial fishermen.
What was that?
This represents fish sold by commercial fishermen as reported by the dealers they sell to.
Yes. So yes, it is sold fish. And it is pounds landed.
And Anna, is it also true that in the case of a weight report, that the most recent week's data might be the least reliable? In other words, if someone were to come in a day late with their report, that would get incorporated into the landings to date, but not until next week. So it gets attributed to the proper day of the sale if it comes late. But so for example, this one says 15,084 pounds is the average daily landings. If there was any late reports, then that number might be a little bit low, but it would be incorporated next week, properly attributed to the date that it was sold.
Correct. And for most quota managed species, particularly these first few that I'm showing, we know who those dealers are, who are landing the most fish, and we are in contact with them regularly if they are out of compliance. So we are fairly confident that at least the highest level dealers, which is usually around 80 to 90% of the fish, are up to date by Wednesday of each week. But there could be late reports from some of the smaller dealers that might bump things up. And if we have, for these quotagraphs, if we have data that are not in SAFES, we manually add that into the report so that it's included in this projection.
Yeah, I have a question, Anna. It's Ray Kane. How has the compliance by the dealers been? Is there an issue with it at all, or have we got good compliance?
I will say, I mean, I can't say it's 100%, but for these quota species, for the bigger ones, particularly striped bass, fluke, black sea bass, they are in compliance. Some of the lesser followed species are maybe a little bit lighter. Menhaden is 100% in compliance with that, put it that way. So we focus on the highliners and then we get to the other ones as we can. But for the most part, I would say it's within Tuesday, Wednesday of each week. We usually have a good idea of what has happened in the previous week. Sometimes we even know what's happened up until Wednesday.
Thank you.
Khalil?
Thank you, Anna. Interesting information. Khalil Bogdan here. I see that I'm looking at, regardless, this is the first time I'm seeing the what was sent to us were the was the graphs on the left, and now I'm seeing this interesting graph on the right. And I'm assuming when you're looking at the 2017 through 2021. Well, let's go through 2017 to 2020. Those are actual figures. The black line is the projected.
The black line is current. The black line is current.
The current. That's right. I'm sorry. The current. Yes. Correct. I stand corrected. I'm curious as to, in the past, if you could think back, I don't know if you were doing this in the past, when the is there a way to see, is there a way to for you to determine, I know this is, you're dealing with living organisms and you're dealing with effort by the, regardless of whether sea bass or striped bass or whatever. Is there a way to, I know that you have in the left-hand graph, you have a projected, it looks like a cone from September 14th to November 16th. Do you think looking back, you actually think, can you determine whether or not a quota will be met? I mean, that's right. A problem question.
At this point, no. September is always a iffy month, mostly due to weather. And depending on when the fishery is open and when the weather falls, we don't know exactly how, we can't predict that. So it really does depend on how many good fishing days there are and whether or not the fish stick around. This year for striped bass in particular, it's unique. Well, maybe it's not unique anymore, but we are seeing a large shift to the North Shore. So, it's kind of different all around. So we don't know exactly what we're going to see in September this year.
Okay, let me follow up with a question. In the past, when was there a projection? Were there projections as to what the quota would be? And if there were those projections met, or did the quotas come under those projections?
I would say in 17 and 18 and even 19, they were. 20, we never really projected closing. So, and we didn't. So that technically did meet that projection. 17 and 18, definitely. I'd have to look closer, try to remember what happened in 19, but.
Okay. In fact, could you go back? I'm sorry, could you go back to the sea bass, please? The black sea bass?
Yep.
Because we're going to be talking about this in
Yes.
an action item. And
Yep.
I'm always concerned. When we have a quota for us, regardless of what the species is. We have a quota. And then right now we're at 30%, according to the memo that we received from Director McKiernan. And it always concerns me when a quota seems to be so underutilized, being able to be taken, and we set quotas every year, and I know we set quotas according to projections and to ASMFC projections, et cetera, et cetera. Where in your expertise do you see the black sea bass going? Even if the action item were to pass, that Director McKiernan is going to present to us, where do you see this actual projection for the black sea bass going?
I think with the change, it would continue to follow 2020, which is actually a pretty good trend for that year. I think with the significant increase in quota that we had in last year and this year, and I think that's going to be discussed in that action item. So with the quota increase and the rate of landings that we're currently seeing and the change that could come, we have a good shot at hitting that quota.
Okay, thank you so very much.
If our projections for this, what we're seeing on that light blue line, that's reflective of if current fishing conditions were to continue.
Yep.
Under current regulations, that's when we would be projecting the fishery to reach its quota. So if
Correct.
Fishing effort and catch per day did not change, and we had continued to have 3 days per week, we'd assume we'd meet the quota somewhere around November 2nd. But it's tricky looking at that projection line at the end of August and unless we're up around 80-90% and making any sense of it, because fishing conditions change so much in September, October, that it's difficult to project when we're around 50% now.
If we don't meet our quota year after year, and I'm trying to get because I know ASMFC has a lot to do with this and quota transfers and this and that, which I'm not familiar with. If we don't meet our quota year after year, does that say something about effort, stock, climate? I just don't understand why if we are creating a quota, but we never seem to make it. Does that say something about the health of the fishery?
Yeah, let me comment on that, and I'm not going to focus on sea bass because we're going to talk about sea bass specifically, but all of our fisheries are subject to rules on the books in regulation, as we talked earlier, that are designed to constrain the fishery on one hand and provide economic benefit on the other. So for example, the scup fishery, we keep it really constrained during the spawning season. The sea bass fishery, we don't allow any sea bass commercial fishing until after the spawning season. ASMFC doesn't tell us to do that. Mid-Atlantic Council doesn't tell us to do that, but that's a decision that we made as a commission and an agency about 10 years ago now. So if we wanted to reach that quota, we could reach that quota by August 1st. Historically, we used to take 60 to 70% of our quota during the spawning season. And so we've opted to do something different there. In the case of striped bass, we have a 3-day-a-week fishery. If we had 7, we'd probably not be at 60%. We might be at close to 100 now. So you have to take into account what constraints are the fishermen under now, and why were those constraints put on them? And in some cases, it was to create an even supply of fish for the markets, to elevate prices and to avoid gluts, or it was designed to have other conservation benefits, such as not taking fish during the spawning periods. And so those are, it may be because of limited entry. In some cases, we've squeezed the fishery through reduced participation, limited entry schemes, that in some cases, maybe that should be looked at again. But I think the perception that some in the recreational industry see is any quota that's not being reached suggests it's a reduction in biomass or the stock is in trouble. Those folks need to take a larger look at what rules are constraining the commercial fishery and whether they're still appropriate.
Understood. I really appreciate the time that was spent, in this discussion, and it has given me some clarification. So Anna, thank you.
No problem.
Mike Bearnock?
Thank you. A question that I'm not sure if it can be answered now, but if not, hopefully you could get me the details, concerning, I guess the big ones, let's say black sea bass, summer flounder, and scup. I'm just curious of whether we're seeing the same trends in the adjacent states with, percentage of landings versus their total quota. Can anybody answer that question conceptually? I'm just trying to get a sense of whether for example, with black sea bass, are they pounding them down in New York and New Jersey and they're meeting their quota, or are we seeing similar type of trends elsewhere? Thank you.
Nicola, do you have a clue on that? Do you have anything you could add?
In terms of sea bass, on a coastwide level, the commercial quota is generally being met year to year. It's, exploited at the allowed levels. Scup, there's a lot of underutilization on the commercial side, but the commercial sector receives, the vast majority of the allowable landings. And with summer flounder, I believe there have been some I believe there's been a little bit of a coastwide underage.
Yeah, and if I could add here, Nicola, I just saw an email last night, I believe, that Rhode Island has acquired 50,000 pounds of black sea bass from the state of Maine for the commercial fishery.
I think it was only a couple thousand pounds, but yeah, Maine has a small allocation of sea bass. So, whether a state is landing its quota often also has to do with the share that they have of it. So with sea bass, our share is 13%. It's currently one of the larger ones, and it's going to be increasing as a share in next year due to reallocation, as well as an increase in the quota. So that will be something to be thinking about next year for our rules, where there's going to be about a 25% increase in our sea bass quota.
Thank you.
Just one last question. This includes state permitted as well as federal permitted vessels for each one of these scenarios?
Yes, anything landed in Massachusetts.
Oh, well, okay, maybe I'm not. So anything landed in Massachusetts, but if you're in federal waters.
Yeah, landed is a tough term. What Anna means is any fish brought to port in Massachusetts.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, offloaded in Massachusetts.
As I understand, there's a tremendous summer flounder commercial fishery that has been taking place, Nantucket Shoals area that it's being offloaded in other states and not reflected of landings here in Massachusetts. So thank you for clarifying that. Thank you.
Yeah, Mike, so on that, there's vessels that might be fishing south and east of Nantucket that are bringing that fish back to Virginia, North Carolina, New Jersey, New York, Rhode Island, as well as Massachusetts. And those landings, despite coming from the Northeast, are in federal waters that would count against the quota of the state where they're being offloaded.
And in the past, or even this year, is there occasions where they would offload it in a Massachusetts port and then it would be reflective of landing here in Massachusetts?
Sure, but if a boat's coming out, we have a 400-pound daily trip limit. So a boat coming up from North Carolina or that's permitted in North Carolina probably isn't going to steam this whole way to land 400 pounds. They'll land out in the state with a higher trip limit. We've twerked the regulations in that summer flounder fishery to allow for it to be profitable for the inshore fleet to fish on it during the summertime. So vessels that are fishing offshore will typically land, unless they're Massachusetts home ported, will typically land in a state where they're permitted, where there's a higher summer flounder trip limit.
Now, thank you, Jared. I understood. I think our observations with summer flounder as a result of the way this is now set up is resulting in them coming up here and landing much more fish and taking it to other ports. There's been a lot of reports of, the 10+ pound summer flounder not being as, the numbers aren't as good as what we've seen in the past. And I suspected that may be a result of that. Thank you.
Okay, Anna, want to continue?
So 60% at striped bass right now. We're trending pretty closely to 2018. That's the last point for that one. Bluefish, we're actually trending pretty similarly again to most other years. We're at 62% roughly. Generally, we see a spike, as you can see on the graph on the right, starting this week. So we've yet to see if that's going to happen, but we don't have anything that's saying it's not going to happen at this point. So we'll see what happens over the next couple of weeks here. And here you can see also on the right-hand graph, as you get closer to a projected closure date, that window surrounding it does shrink significantly. Speaking of fluke, here's that figure as well. Based on regulations that we had put in place for the winter fishery, we had a pretty good first quarter for 2021. So we started a bit higher when we hit the summer season than normal, but the rate of landings has been quite a bit lower than other years in 2021 since we've started the summer season. We're at about 44% now.
Yeah, Anna, this is Ray Kane once again. Could you address the number of vessels landing in our state ports? Has the fleet been reduced in size? They're just not active anymore? Could that be a reason for?
It could definitely be. I don't have that number offhand. I might be able to get it by the end of the meeting, but I don't have it right now.
Thank you.
Any other questions on fluke? I'm just writing down that note.
Yeah, Ray, on that, I think one of our intentions is probably to meet with the fleet in September to start to hear from them on what's going on in that summer flounder fishery, because from the reports that we are getting is that there has been a lot of attrition out of the fishery, whether that's because of dockage costs, fishing conditions, or price for other species that folks may target. What I'm hearing is that for the past 2 to 3 seasons, the effort isn't there, and there's probably only a handful to 10 inshore draggers working where we might have had 25 the past couple years. There might be a dozen now. And I know as the summer's gone on, a lot of them have left to go pursue other fisheries or just hung it up because the profits weren't there for a variety of reasons. So I think, you know, that's something that we intend to take a deeper dive on in the coming year.
Thank you, Jared.
Bill Amaru?
Thank you. On the fluke again, I have a point and would ask for a regional, if it's possible. Anna, to you, have the ability to show us a regional history for the landings for this season and perhaps compare it to the past decade. I think what Jared had said is an obvious truth that the size of the fleet has contracted considerably for a number of reasons. Some of them economic, some of them simply about the age of the fleet and the individual captains in it and the lack of individuals entering the fishery. It's a historically significant fishery, the inshore fluke fishery for the area south of the Cape and over to the southwest. So I'd like to be able to understand where there are still viable landings being made and kind of get an idea, perhaps, if we're ever going to do anything for the future of the fishery, where the most effort needs to be placed. So something about the history of the landings and the current landings for regions would be very helpful for me.
When you say regions, do you mean within Massachusetts or?
Yes, I mean for state waters.
Okay.
Inshore fishermen, both mobile gear and hook and line. I know that those two are separate, aren't they? In terms of your categorizing of the quota, or are they not?
They're not.
They are not. Well, there isn't a gear classification on the landing history.
We can look at that, yes, but not if there's no difference. This quota applies to both fisheries.
Right, the fish, yes, I understand that, but
Okay.
the rate of catch, whether by mobile or non-mobile gear,
Yes.
it would be interesting to see that history.
Yeah,
Okay,
we can't
thank you.
we can't look at current year for that,
Yeah.
but we can look at historical.
Yeah, okay. Just start a process and see where it goes down the road. Maybe you can add another line to the colorful graph that we look at here for different gear categories for this particular fishery. Anyway, it's pretty significant.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Jared, any other hands?
No, and if you want to continue to horseshoe crabs, go right ahead.
Okay. So horseshoe crabs, it's kind of a similar story to fluke. The figure looks pretty similar in terms of rate of change or rate of landings. We're at about 55% right now. However, we do know there is missing data in this. So when we were talking about compliance, we did find one that was out of compliance and haven't resolved it yet. So the black line on the right-hand graph could jump a little bit as we fix those missing data. But we are looking at a much lower rate than last year or even any of the previous years.
And so in looking at this, the May to mid-June would be hand harvest, and then mid-June on would be primarily mobile gear.
Correct. Yeah. So I did only include the June part on here. I matched the fluke graph for this one.
On the right.
So yeah, on the right.
Yeah.
But that you can see it from the left that the May to June is that big spike, and that is a hand harvest spike.
And these are only baked crabs, not biomedically harvested crabs.
Correct. And this is the only figure where the y-axis is in number of crabs. Any questions on this?
There's
one?
no questions. I'm not saying any hands.
Okay. So for the last two, I didn't do the right-hand graph because we don't usually hit the quota for scup and dogfish. So I just wanted to present this to show you where we're at in this summer season. It's not much different than any other year. But just for reference, we're at about 20% here, and 12% for dogfish. That percentage is a little weird because it's a coast-wide quota for dogfish. For scup, we have transferred, I forget the number, Nicola, some scup away.
200,000
state.
pounds to Connecticut.
Yeah, thanks. And then I just put this up here at the end as a segue into the Menhaden document. So if there's no other questions on those two species or any of the others, we can move on to Menhaden, or I can take more questions.
Leo? Leo, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Thank you so much, Anna. That was great information. I think it might be useful for myself and the rest of the commission members and the public to learn how you receive the information on the various species, so that you can put it into the graphs.
This one is more.
Is it done on a weekly basis?
Right.
I know
Yes.
I know that calls are made to dealers, et cetera, but maybe you could just review that quickly. I don't want to take up too much time.
Yeah. So dealers report what they buy from fishermen on a weekly basis. So for the calendar week of Sunday to Saturday, they report by Tuesday of the following week. Doesn't mean some of them do report daily, some of them report every other day, but they're required by law to do it by the Tuesday of the following week. So these data are cumulative daily landings that get added together to show our final cumulative total for the year to date. And that is as of yesterday for data through Saturday, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. Thanks so much.
Okay.
So Khalil, there's a second data set that comes in on its own schedule, and that is the monthly trip reports submitted by commercial fishermen. Vessels that are federally permitted and require VTRs, vessel trip reports, those go into the federal system, and it can access those, but that it's somewhat delayed. So that's why we don't use fishermen's reports to manage quota managed fisheries, because the timing isn't sufficient to make those needed decisions. Go ahead, Anna.
And that's where we get the gear information, like what we were talking with Bill about, looking at the difference between gears.
Gear and location.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, for finfish. Yeah.
Well, it's a lot of hard work, doing the statistics and plot, putting the information in. So I really appreciate the hard work. I really do. Thanks so much.
Yeah, so Khalil, one of the biggest frustrations for Anna's group is when a dealer comes in late, or a dealer has a problem, like I'm not going to go through all the different reasons, but sometimes there can be honest mistakes, and those are the difficult issues. I think in past years we've even had to go to another state and try to get some quota transferred when we had that kind of a late report or error in the tracking. So I can tell you that when we get close to 100%, Kim Lundy, who's on the project with Anna and others, are making furious phone calls to make sure that everybody's in, or they're looking at the system to say, okay, we've got this amount, this is the projection, but wait, let's make sure that every dealer that we know about that are substantial have reported, so we don't have any mistakes in the projections. So that's when it gets very labor intensive, as we're approaching that 100% number. And typically the 100% number is being projected during the windy months, right, of September and October and November. And so that's when it gets kind of tricky, that it's hard to predict, as Anna said, fishing activity, and based on weather, and therefore landings are a function of the amount of trips times the trip limit, and that's why at the very end you can have some I won't say errors, but you can maybe go a little over or be a little under based on your projections.
And I'll also add to that as we approach 100, we are looking at the data, looking at the individual landings pretty closely to make sure that there's nothing that stands out as something weird and bizarre. So for example, in the past, we've found that the wrong port has been assigned to a landing. So, it should be a New Jersey landing and it's listed in Massachusetts. So we adjust accordingly, and then we have either more or less quota to deal with in our projections.
Thank you. I know there's a lot of behind the scenes work that goes on. Miss Lundy, I've spoken to her a little bit about that, what she does and how important it is to get the information right up to date. So I just appreciate the hard work that goes on trying to get this thing straight. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you.
I'm not seeing any further questions if we want to move to Menhaden.
Nicola?
Thank you, Chairman. So the commission received a memo that just summarized some of the dealings that we've had with Menhaden this summer. It's been a pretty time-consuming species to manage with the quota this year, and that really has been the same for other states in the Northeast whose quotas do not reflect the current abundance of Menhaden in the Northeast. And if you were to look at our quota monitoring graph, you would see that our initial quota of about 5.4 million pounds, which is 1.27% of the coastwide quota, was taken in mid-June, which was the earliest that we've had to close the quota managed fishery. And that was part that the landing started a little bit earlier, and they came in at high daily amounts. So seeing what was happening, we had opted into the episodic event set aside, which, as a reminder, that's 1% of the coastwide quota that is taken off the top and set aside for use by the Northeast states if they use up their quota. So 3 states participated in that this year: Maine, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts. It only lasted a couple weeks with the 3 states participating in it, and Massachusetts took about 2 million pounds, or close to half of that set aside. And then those 3 states of Maine, Mass, and Rhode Island decided to work together to ask other states for additional quota to continue our fisheries. In prior years, we've all worked individually, reaching out to other states. So those states end up having, different transfer letters being requested at different times, and in order to help the donor states determine how much quota to give to each state and to have them write less letters and ease those negotiations, we decided that we would work together and come to an agreement upon how much of that quota that we would take from each state. And so this table that Jared is showing reflects the transfers that 6 states agreed to make to Maine, Mass, and Rhode Island. And it was Maine, Mass, the states determined how much they were willing to give up, and Maine, Mass, and Rhode Island worked cooperatively to share that quota amongst us. So in total, Massachusetts received about 2.5 million pounds of additional quota from 6 donor states, which increased our quota to about 7.9 million pounds. And that kept our fishery, after we were done with the episodic set aside, that kept the fish, we reopened the fishery with that quota, and that lasted through mid-August. We had hoped that would have lasted to the end of August, and that is part of how we determined how much of the quota we were taking from, or negotiating with Maine and Rhode Island to take from the total transfers. The projections were showing that with the additional 2.5 million pounds that we could possibly get through the end of August. But there's been a lot of interest in Menhaden. The landings were strong and even increased. In part based on the price of Menhaden right now is about 3 times the average. And so there's been, steady landings and, a few more boats participating in the fishery, which is, drove the landings up. But, these quota transfers, they're all part of the overall TAC as well. And so these are landings that are all under the total allowable catch, which is set for the first time this year based on the newly adopted ecological reference points from Menhaden that take into consideration their role as forage fish. And so that TAC was reduced 10% this year to meet a fishing mortality target rate that is designed to leave enough Menhaden in the water on a coastwide basis for predators. And there's a lot of interest in making that modeling approach more spatially explicit, so we can be sure that we're leaving enough Menhaden, in the water and in the Gulf of Maine for the predators there. But that's very data intensive effort, and will be, the next steps moving forward for Menhaden assessment and ecosystem management. But that could be a 10-year process. But so overall, the landings are also continuing now after the quota closure under the incidental catch and small scale allowance. So some of the boats are continuing to participate at the 6,000 pound limit that is allowed. And those landings, while they do not count towards our state quota, they are monitored and reported to the ASMFC and part of the stock assessment. And we expect that maybe based on the good price of Menhaden, that 6,000 pound trip limit, that's a good price. And so there may be, more interest in continuing to fish and land fish here under that allowance than last year. Last year, the fishery went a little bit later in the season. And so we didn't have as much of a quota closure. So it's hard to make projections as to how many more, how much more landings will come in under that allowance, because this is the first time that we've had the quota closure so this early. So that, I don't know if there's any questions about how we've facilitated this. I guess I would add that, we have gotten a lot of stakeholder feedback about our announcements of additional Menhaden quota this year. A lot of confusion or misunderstanding, concerns about localized depletion and other things. So we've been trying to respond to those and help educate people about these landings and how the management process works. But there also were a couple of on the water abuses by vessels that we either receive photographs or even video from, where purse seines were being set close to concentrated recreational fishing activity, which is prohibited in the permit conditions for purse seine vessels. And so those are being investigated and will be responded to appropriately. But this is a fishery that historically has been one with user group conflict, and we're seeing some of that bubble up again with increased interest in it, but we are trying to be responsive to that and continue to manage the fishery sustainably and under the rules of the FMP.
Hey, Jared, to bring the commission full circle on our previous discussion, how do we alter the rules regarding trip limits in season?
Or what?
For Menhaden, how are we doing that? Like we
So
go
for
from 100
Menhaden,
and
we have a prescribed system in the regulation that the commission approves, that based on quota utilization at a certain trip limit reduction is triggered. So we open the fishery at a 125,000 pound trip limit, and then when 85% of the quota is projected to be taken, we reduce the trip limit to 25,000 pounds, And then when 100% of the quota is taken, we allow the fishery to continue at a 6,000 pound incidental catch, small scale, which is provided for in the This is different than, let's say, what we do with black sea bass, where we open the fishery at a certain number of days, and those rules are in place unless we make in-season adjustments using the declaratory authority. So it's two different approaches to doing it. One's regulatory based on quota utilization, and the other relies on in-season adjustments in a response to quota utilization.
So we're not conditioning anybody's permit in the Menhaden fishery in order to change these trip limits. The regulations do it for us based on quota usage. And
yeah, not the trip limits. The Menhaden fishery is subject to a separate set of permit endorsements regarding gear.
Yeah, and we did change an endorsement on the seiners, allowing them Friday access into Boston Harbor. So that was done by permit condition.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
On the inshore net permits, which allows fishing in the embayments.
Yeah.
For
Okay.
a small number of permit holders.
All right. That's great, Nicola. Thanks for that. And just one question, Nicola, what's your forecast of where the interstate plan might be heading in terms of the postseason 6,000 pound allowance? When I say postseason, I mean after the quotas are filled, the fishery is still allowed to continue to target Menhaden in excess of each state's quota, and it can be substantial. So where do you think that's going?
Right, so there was a addendum initiated in August to look at that issue, and there will be an option to remove. I suspect that there will be an option to remove per seine gear from that allowance, and some other options as well. There's a growing level of concern with the scale of landings that are coming in under that allowance, not necessarily in Massachusetts. And I think the concern in part is that those landings don't count against the TAC, and if reallocation occurs and there's less latent quota in some states, then an increase in landings under that allowance could lead to exceeding the TAC, and that's something that we want to avoid. So there definitely will be a look at what gears are eligible under that category, or if there should be different limits.
Okay. All right, Ray, I suggest we accelerate the agenda a little bit here so we can get to some of the action items now.
Okay, so before moving on, I would like to apologize to commission members on that black sea bass transfer. In reviewing my notes, ASMRC notes, I see Maine transferred 7,000 pounds of black sea bass to Rhode Island, just for point of clarity and to go on record. Okay, so we're going to move on to in-season adjustments, action on commercial black sea bass adjustments. And who's got this?
I can start and Jared can help me fill in. So you received a memo dated August 16th.
And you're breaking up.
Really?
Now you're
Okay.
clear.
All right, we have a memo dated August 16th. Consistent with many of the issues we've touched on earlier. We use our projections in the quota monitoring system to give us a forecast of whether or not these quotas are going to be reached. And what the memo mentions is that the quota has gone up this year, I think by about 50,000 pounds or so. And last year, we did take the kind of action we're asking you to approve this year, which is extra days and slightly higher trip limits. And as Anna showed in her trend graph, if she showed how the full utilization of the quota, but what wasn't mentioned is that full utilization of the quota was accomplished through the liberalizations that you approved last year. In hindsight, I kind of wish we had made these adjustments over the winter, knowing that we needed to have an in-season adjustment to accomplish this, and knowing that the quota went up slightly. That's on us. In the future, I'd like to use our best intel and make the rules such that we don't need to have these kind of in-season adjustments. But nonetheless, our proposal is to go to 5 days a week with a 25% increase in the trip limits, which would give potters an increase from 400 to 500 pounds, hook and line from 200 to 250. And Jared, it just dawned on me, is there a dragger limit as well, or any of the other gears?
The dragger limit would remain unaffected by this. It's still at about, I think it's 100 pounds.
Oh, that's right, because it
50
stays at
pounds.
100 through the season.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And so that's our proposal. It's a fairly succinct memo. There's a good characterization of some of the comments we got. I find it really frustrating, sort of the lack of understanding among the public of how we are required to manage the recreational and commercial fisheries separately, because that is baked into the federal plan, where there's actually shares, there's harvest levels prescribed, total harvest levels prescribed for the rec sector. There's total harvest prescribed for the commercial sector through quotas. And when an average recreational fisherman sees all this unused quota, and they know that their fishery is going to close in early September, they don't understand why they can't have a similar benefit. And I just want to remind the commission that historically we did have a sea bass fishery during the spawning period, when we took about 60% of our annual quotas, and decided that we wanted to move all of the harvest post spawning, which we've done. In fact, it was some Martha's Vineyard fishermen who had petitioned us repeatedly before we took that final action. So, we think this is the right thing to do. I think as the director, it's my job to fully utilize quotas, and to do it in a way that has the least amount of impacts on competing users. And we really do feel that the approach that we've taken is the right one in terms of the conservation of fish in the springtime, the postponement of the quota. And as I said earlier, in hindsight, I wish we had gone to a 5-day-a-week fishery beginning July, early July, and not have to have this public debate, with the letter writing campaign that can sometimes reflect a misunderstanding and a lot of frustration by some of the fishermen. So I'll take any questions. Jared, have I missed anything on that? But I'll take questions to me, Jared, or even Nicola, because Nicola is involved with Black Sea bass at the interstate and federal levels.
Mr. Chair, for a point of process, I'd like to proceed with a motion, then discussion and questions, then a vote.
That's fine, Jared, but I know a couple of meetings ago, I thought we decided we would get the recommendation, open it to discussion, and then come back with a motion. But if you want to do a parliamentary procedure, I'm good with that. So, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen on the commission members, we need a motion to open this up to discussion.
I'll move the motion.
I'll
Thank you.
second it.
Thank you, William Amaru. Thank you, Suki Sawyer. Now let's open it up to discussion.
Bill
I have-
Amaru.
Yeah. You have me, Jared?
I do, yes.
Okay, this is Bill Amaru. I want to congratulate the division, first of all, for having the intelligence years ago to close the fishery during the spawning period. Something that always confounded me when I was on the Fisheries Council at the federal level was the lack of belief that protecting fish during their spawning periods was an effective means of helping a stock to recover and proliferate. I remember having an argument once with the director of the Fishery Service at the time in New England, Andy Rosenberg, who argued that a dead fish was a dead fish. And I could not believe that he didn't realize that a fish that's laid 200,000 or 300,000 eggs before it becomes a dead fish isn't a more effective use of the resource, but he insisted that it wasn't through his research, and I wasn't to doubt him. He's a PhD, a leader in this field. But I still, to this day, don't believe that that was accurate. And the fact that this fishery is in the condition that it is through the contributions of Massachusetts, we really need to reward the fishing industry users to give them something back for the sacrifices that they've made over the years. This is a small give back, but it nevertheless is one. I see the pot fishermen come into the fish pier in Chatham on the days when they can land, and they're all landing large, very large fish. I talk to the fishermen who tell me they throw back 3 and 4 times as much as they bring in every day of medium fish, and even some of the larger ones. So I know that this is not going to hurt the fishery, and it rewards the fishermen who have done the sacrificing, and it will be a benefit economically to all concerned. So I'm very happy to say I would vote in favor.
Thank you, William. Suki, have you any rationale?
No, I'm just in favor of it, Ray. That's all.
Thank you. People in opposition to this recommendation?
Mike Beardock.
Michael, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's unfortunate at the timing of this. It's many are on the water fishing, whether they're rec, for hire, or commercial. And I know it was difficult for many to respond as a result of that, or they're away on vacation. So there's some frustration there with that by a select few from the public. We, or those in the recreational community, had hoped that the closure would be implemented September 9th. Excuse me, not the closure, the opening it up instead of the end of the month, that it would take place September 9th, which would be the day after the Black Sea Bass season closes recreationally. That does not appear to be proposed. I mean, we continue to observe whether it's Black Sea Bass, scup, summer flounder. With the increased water temperatures, they're driven farther offshore, and this makes it difficult for the shoreside angler, recreational angler, or those recreational fishermen or for hire fleet with boats that may not have the boat that can go farther offshore. Would hope that it could wait till the 9th, so those that would at least have the ability to have the opportunity to get them wouldn't have conflict or additional removals of Black Sea Bass by the commercial fleet. I'm not in any way, or others aren't in any way against the commercial fleet being able to have access to their quota. It was just to try to avoid the conflict and hopefully get Black Sea Bass that remained. There are those hook and line Black Sea Bass commercial fishermen that have indicated that, and I would say this is your Buzzards Bay, Vineyard Sound, and so on. The Nantucket and Nantucket Shoals, God bless you. And, Ray can attest to this. If you're in Chatham and that area, you don't have to go too far to get the big ones. There's been complaints by the hook and line commercial guys or gals that target the big ones, that there's fewer big fish that they would typically rely upon and to sell that are available this year. I think overall landings are down. I don't know why. I sit here just as a fisherman and think it may be more temperature related and being pushed farther offshore. But from what I understand, federally permitted vessels will be able to get them as well as state vessels. So that's why we had hoped, or others in the recreational community had hoped, that it wouldn't open up till the 9th of September instead of the end of the month. Thank you.
Any more hands, Jared?
Khalil?
Khalil, you're recognized.
Khalil, you're muted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm sorry I have to be reminded to unmute myself. I'm going to vote in favor of the motion. And as I said, when we dealt with the striped bass issue back in the spring, we had that action item. I couldn't argue against the logic of the memo that Director McCarron put out. I really was not in favor of moving it up 1 week. But nonetheless, I still voted for that motion because I felt at the time it was a great thing to do. I have no issues allowing commercial fishermen or recreational anglers to take their allowed quota. It is what it is, and so if they're allowed to take it, we should give them the opportunity to meet their quota. But I'd like to ask Director McCarron a question. Were there any conflicts? Were there any reported conflicts by having that striped bass season open a little earlier I can't remember the exact date, in June?
Yeah, Khalil, we're discussing black sea bass.
I realize that, but we're talking about, Mike Piernock is talking about, Mike was talking about, not wanting it to open during the recreational season. The recreational season is going to end on August 7th, I believe it is. So I'm going to vote in favor, but I'm just curious if there were any conflicts with
Cleo, it's a difficult question to answer because, in the case of striped bass, it's the identical gear, right? It's hook and line, it's rod and reel. And the conflict might be, I guess, someone's feelings being hurt, that maybe they wanted to catch and release some of those cows that the commercial fishermen harvested. But I don't really, I didn't hear anything from through emails, or environmental police didn't report anything. I think conflict is in the eye of the frustrated, and if somebody sees their fishing be less than what they had hoped, and they see a commercial fisherman extracting more fish than they like, or than that recreational fisherman would like to see, I guess that constitutes conflict. But we certainly didn't have the kind of conflict that Nicole described earlier with the Menhaden seiner. I mean, that's on the water conflict. That's like physical, displacement and stuff. But I don't know. I mean, everybody was pretty mum on the striped bass, and the fact that we're at 60%, and the effort's probably going to continue. We're probably going to be around 75% by Labor Day. I think that management scheme worked out okay. Some people still don't like the bigger fish being taken by the commercial sector, and I think that constitutes an area of anxiety or displeasure by recreational fishermen. But I think that's what it mostly is. I don't think there's real conflict.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you so much. I didn't want to muddy the waters, but this helped me with my decision to vote in favor of the action item.
Tim Brady.
Hi, this is Tim Brady. I have an issue as well with opening. I mean, I have no issue with DMF trying to utilize that quota in the most effective way, because I know it is, in some ways, it's a competition up and down the East Coast on whether you use your quota, whether you lose your quota. And I know it's complex, but it is a real conflict to say you have a hard closure on the recreational, particularly in my experience, for hire fleet, going out there and saying a week before your closure, hard closure, and that's it, you're not getting any more black sea bass, that you're going to allow an increase in the commercial users who are fishing the same waters at the same time, some with the same gear, some with different gear. So it is, from the recreation and for hire point of view, you're potentially removing, quite a few fish that would make or break a for hire or recreational trip. So it is significant to the recreational, and particularly in my case, from my particular little view of the world, the for hire fleet. So I'm going to vote against it. Thank you.
Jared, more hands.
Mike Peardock,
Michael, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the follow-up. Just, it doesn't appear that Khalil is aware of the dates. The present memo is to open things up the end of August, and we're just, or the recreational community has requested that it would open up September 9th because our black sea bass season closes the 8th. We're talking about 8 days. I would request, because this continued a discussion on, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Do I need to repeat or?
Yes, please repeat, Michael. You were broken up. We didn't.
Okay. Point of clarification, as a result of Khalil's comments, the memo proposes that this action would take place the end of August, the last day of August. The recreational black sea bass season closes September 8th. There would seem to be some confusion there. And we're just requesting, or those in the recreational community requesting, that it would hold off for those 8 days and open up in the 9th. Maybe conflict is not the appropriate description. We've had this discussion on multiple different species, and there's something else to play here that's impacting the ability to catch fish, and it's increased water temperature driving our fish farther offshore. With that, the shoreside angler doesn't have it. They're not going to get them. Those with the smaller boats will have limitations of how far they can go off. And those that have the boats or the vessels, they can go to Nantucket Shoals and, Noman Shoals, for example, where the deep waters are, where those fish are hiding. Well, that's what it's come down to. And that's what's changed. I've always historically been able to point to the fact that DMF has done a credible job with managing the commercial fishery in state waters to minimize impacts. Now, that was back in the day when we didn't have these environmental factors that increase water temperature and is driving them offshore. That's been going on the past few years now, and you'll see a consistency with what I request and what our observations are. And I would hope that maybe there could be continued discussions to look at that, to see how we could have changes in the future, so the recreational community or the recreational quota can be landed, which is difficult to do because they're being pushed farther offshore. So that's a follow-up. I will vote against this, and would hope that there would be some additional discussion offline or at a later time with this continued observation of what we see and what occurs, and a lack of those fish in our waters. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you, Michael. More hands, Jared.
Bill Amaru.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wonder, would there be any relief to those opposed to offer an amendment to the director to see if he may be amenable to changing a nuance of the regulation to allow for what you're asking for?
Well, Bill, I think, let me just telegraph that if the motion doesn't pass as written, or the proposal isn't approved as written in the memo, that I would come back with the September 9th alternative start date. But the reason that we're proposing this independent of the recreational fishery is we have already moved the commercial fleet entirely off that spring fishery, and I appreciate your support for us continuing to do that. But the recreational sector takes probably 80% of their fish during the spring when those fish are close to shore and during the spawning season. I just feel like the commercial sector, since we've moved them into the less productive time of year, and now these higher trip limits, with weather, weather starts to degrade. We just think that this modest increase 5 days a week is not that substantial, and we don't think it's going to really. I can't believe it's going to be measurable in terms of the CPU and among the Rex fishermen, especially if most of these fish are moving further away, where the commercial fishermen have to go chase them. But I will, if this fails, I will come back with a second motion to simply adopt the September 9th start date.
Okay.
Mike Pearnock,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dan, for your observations. I would just like to throw out there that the fewer fish that are historically being black sea bass that are being landed, as well as other ground fish, are typically a result of the fact that the fleet or the recreational anglers are focusing on bluefin tuna. And if we did have a fall season,
Mike, we lost you again.
hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we lost you again, Mike.
Mikey said if we did have a fall season.
Yeah, geez, where can I? What I'm getting at is I'm not sure whether the recent historical trends that you're observing with fewer black sea bass being landed later in the season, I think that's more a result of the fact that the people are targeting bluefin tuna and not ground fish. So I'm not sure if it's truly representative of what you're concluding of why there may be lack of those fish during that time of year being landed. Thank you.
Any other hands, Jared?
I'm not seeing any other hands. We can move to a roll call vote.
I would like to comment. For the same reasons that Michael has given about recreational fishermen and the fish moving offshore, it was commercial fishermen who came to me and they wanted it opened even sooner. And Nicholas is still on the line. I believe the quota was increased like 65 or 70,000 pounds this year over last year. And was concerned by the commercial fishermen, hook and line and pot fishermen, that they will not fill the quota. So I would just like, for the same reasons, the wrecks aren't catching them. These fish are moving. And, that's why they asked for an earlier opening, earlier than what's been recommended by the director. Thank you.
This is Nicola. I'll just follow up to say that the quota was increased 59% in 2020 and then another 9% in 2021.
So that was what, 65,000 pounds?
I'd have to do the math to be sure of it, but
It went up from about 725,000 pounds to about 790,000 pounds from 2020 to 2021.
Thank you.
2019 was around 500 and something thousand pounds.
Mike Pearnock,
Thank you. Pre-COVID, if you recall, we had meetings with the commercial fleet, recreational or for-hire anglers concerning the concerns more specifically about the lack of being able to land the adjusted black sea bass, summer flounder, and other species where there was a substantial increase coming for those species. And we're living it now. That's where once again, I get back to it. There's something else that I think environmental factors are coming to play. And Ray makes a good point from the other end of the spectrum of with that. So hopefully future discussions can take that into considerations with our seasons and bag limits and who can fish where when, because they're being driven farther offshore the minute the water temperature goes up. Thank you.
all right, Mr. Chair, I'm not seeing any further hands. If you'd like to move to a roll call vote.
Okay, I can call the names, Jared.
All right,
William Amaru,
Aye.
Khalil Bogdan,
Yes.
Tim Brady,
No.
Bill Doyle,
Yes.
Shelley Edmondson,
Yes.
Michael Piednock,
No.
Suki Sawyer,
Yes.
and Lou Williams.
Yes.
So I believe the count is 6 in favor and 2 opposed.
correct.
Motion stands as approved by the commission.
Okay, thank you, Ray. Next on the agenda is just a brief review, and I won't go into it in the interest of time in too much detail, but the horseshoe crab trip limits that were enacted a couple of years ago at the request of many of the active dragomen, especially the limitation of just 75 crabs for those without an LOA. We found ourselves in a situation where we had boats fishing down in Nantucket Sound with just the 75 crab limit. And, they were active in the fishery. Many of the boats that had the endorsement with the larger limit, the 400 crab limit, were not as active. Many of them had departed the fishery, and we got kind of a panic call from the Associates of Cape Cod about the inadequate supply of crabs coming into their shop. And I spoke to a majority of the commission members, explained the situation. And so consistent with that which we talked about earlier, the various rule or the authorities that DMF can use, I opted to take an action after consulting with most of the commission members. And for those who I didn't able to reach out to, I apologize. I had to do it rather quickly, but we did enact permit conditions to liberalize the catch limits. We're nowhere near that quota, and as the season is about to get into the fall, I don't think we're going to come close this year. But I did that on behalf of that one sector, the biomedical supply. Those particular crabs that they were seeking are those that were destined for the bait market, but those crabs are quote unquote rented for breeding purposes, and then they get delivered back to the bait dealer where they're put into commerce. I think Brendan, I'm sorry, I think Brett Hoffmeister may be on the call. I don't know, Jared, can you confirm that?
He's in as an attendee, yes.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to elevate him at my request.
Brett, you're recognized.
Correct, you can unmute yourself to speak if you have anything to say on the topic.
Yes, good morning. Thank you very much for recognizing me. And I just did want to reach out to everybody and thank you for your attention to the matter, and your cooperation is greatly appreciated. And the action that Dan was able to make did provide us at least with a temporary supply increase and helped us with what was historically a really rough year. I think your landings data that you showed earlier was tells the tale that we were kind of down overall through this year, and coming into August, there was just apparently no effort in the sound from the bait fishery. And I held my breath for about 2 weeks and talked to bait fishermen. I mean, there was a demand, there was just no real effort. And I appreciate your cooperation in helping us with that, and it certainly did help our supply lines in the immediate.
So Brett, based on your read, are you going to be able to get the crabs that your company needs for the next month or so, or through the season?
Yeah, I'm going to be down for the year. I mean, I am way down this year. Early in the season, the combination of lunar closures and the bad weather, that Memorial Day weekend set us back. I mean, we just didn't see anything coming from the bait market. With our biomedical harvesters were steady. There's no shortage of crabs, that's for sure. But our business model relies on some of that bait market. And, I'll go into the fall rather strong. Hopefully the supply, maintains. I know we've got some inclement weather coming up, but this year, without a doubt, I'm going to come up short. I mean, short of my goals. We have safety measures in place and whatnot, and we'll go as long as we can. But, this helped alleviate what was looking really bad to just kind of not as planned here. But it certainly alleviated a major problem for me.
Well, Brett, anything you can do to enhance your communication with the vessels and try to make stronger arrangement with those, we'd be happy to facilitate and to avoid the need for this kind of a last minute action. So we can stay in touch on that over the next few months.
All right, well, I appreciate that. Again, thanks to everybody with the commission and everybody in this room for your cooperation.
Okay. All right, so Ray, I think the memo is fairly well laid out. I don't want to go into it. I think since we had that earlier conversation about sort of the authorities, the commission understood, why we took that and how we did that. So if it's okay, I'd move on to another part of the agenda unless commission members want to have a further discussion.
We do have a comment from Bill Amaru.
William, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be very brief, Leon. I just wanted to thank the division and the actions that you thought were appropriate in this case. It shows the kind of rapid response that the state agency, when it's willing, can have and the positive results. And one further point, the obvious lack of supply is directly related to what we spoke about earlier when we were talking about the fluke fishery. The number of vessels is simply disappearing. And this points to another issue that we brought up months ago that we haven't addressed yet, and that's how we can reorganize the permit structure so that people who want to get into a fishery who may not have access to these hard to come by permits might have the opportunity to do so. So I would ask that we try to fast track that committee on permits that I and among others were appointed to, and see if we can't maybe by the beginning of next season make it possible for those who do want to get into a fishery that would be able to harvest these crabs and fluke and a number of other species that have the opportunity to do so without so many roadblocks in the way. But thank you.
Absolutely, Bill.
I'll second your thoughts on that, Bill. That subcommittee was formed, I don't know, 9 months ago.
Yeah, Ray, one of the reasons for the delay in that subcommittee, I'll be frank, the CARES work, because the CARES work gets in the way of a lot of this because we task our statistics project with doing a lot of analyses that makes that CARES program go so well. But on the other hand, it displaces them from doing some of these other special projects. But this is an issue that's very important to me. And, I promise to work hard on this with the subcommittee over the next few months.
Thank you, Director. I appreciate that comment.
Okay, items for future public hearing.
Hey, we'll move along then.
Yeah, we got a couple of items here. There's a memo about the squid fishery and
We're losing you again.
oh, okay. There's a memo about altering the squid fishery. And it's a proposal to adjust the timing of the inshore smallmouth squid fall season. It has my name on it, but the contributions from staff were really outstanding. This is an issue that I cut my teeth on back at the beginning of my career. And this is an outstanding memo, and the argument is fairly simple. In my early years with a very active sea sampling program, I thought that having a kind of a contingency-based extension of the fishery made some sense. It's now that I'm in the director's chair, I'm not sure that's true. I think history has demonstrated what the squid fishery looks like. Brad Schaldermeyer's report was an excellent description of the behavior of the fishery and the impacts of the fishery, the levels of bycatch. And I'm very comfortable with a proposal going forward to propose that our squid fishery be April 23rd to June 15th, hard stop. In other words, adding 6 days to the fishery and not having the sort of the confusion and the unknown status of the fishery at the end of that. It's really impossible for us to assess all the catches that go on. I think the memo has demonstrated that when the squid catches are significant and sufficient enough for the fishery to take place economically, it happens. When it's not, the fleet departs. But I also think that having a hard stop after June 15th in state waters is a reasonable and responsible approach that on its face will provide some forage protection, because squid in state waters otherwise after June 15th will be left in the water. I think it's a good compromise. I think it's a good use of the analysis that Brad did for us a year ago. And I would like to take that to public hearing as a proposed rule. It also serves to negate that language by saying that the director may extend. I think we've shown you in the earlier presentation that the director has that level of authority under permit conditions, but putting it in the regulation like that makes this expectation that the fish czar is going to make some decisions, and it's really hard for us to get sufficient sea sampling data to make a decision that everybody's comfortable with. So I would recommend we have a slightly longer season, but a hard stop on June through June 15th, and that's the proposal I'd like to take to public hearing. And I'll take any questions.
I'm not seeing any hands raised.
Dan, I have a question. With climate change and the shift, in temperatures and all, what happens down the road? I mean, you're calling this a hard stop June 15th, but what happens down the road if these squids start arriving April 15th? And
Well, as it stands now, it's very, very rare for us to get squid on the opening day. I mean, I don't think we've seen maybe 1 year in the last decade where the opening day of squid season produced significant catches. If that happens, we can go back to rulemaking, but there's nothing in the recent records that suggests that the April 23rd start date is a little bit late. Right now, it even appears to be a tad early. It's my experience that they really show up when temperature hits 50 degrees, and in recent years, that's been April 29th and 30th. I mean, anybody who's fishing in the squid fishery knows that those boats go into colliers for like 1 day or 2 days behind the line, and then they're excluded from there May 1st. So I think we've got this as 8 days in April, and for the most part, we haven't seen anybody using most of those 8 days in April. So this isn't a forever rule, but it would just become a firmer regulation that we could amend when we see changes if climate change affects the arrival of squid.
all right, and a follow-up question. How many boats are actually landing in Massachusetts ports, and how many of these boats are Massachusetts registered documented vessels as opposed to all MCAP vessels, which are a lot of out-of-state vessels? I mean, is this truly going to benefit Massachusetts harvesters or harvesters from out of state?
Dan, if I may, some of that information is embedded in our squid report. I'd have to dig into to find that out. Most of the out-of-state vessels who participate in this fishery are fishing south of the islands over the line. Those fishing in the Sound and exclusively in state waters tend to be state-only permitted vessels. But to get the full numbers on that, Ray, I'd have to dig into Brad's analysis, but I can send that around once I get it. I don't have it on hand.
Well, I think if we are gonna go to public hearing on this, Dan, that should be in the notes. That fact.
Will do.
Thank you. Any
Vice
other?
Chair Nock?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Figure 4 lists the bycatch. And I note in the bottom, it says NEFOP data. It somewhat gets to the question that Ray just presented. For the bycatch, number one, is it mandatory that's reported? Is this based on an observer coverage? And does it include the state as well as out-of-state or federally permitted vessels?
Those data in that table are taken from Brad's squid report, and I believe that they are representative of NEFOP data, which would be the observer program data, so data collected when there is an observer on board, and that it is inclusive of both state and federal, both state and out-of-state home ported vessels who hold fishing permits in Massachusetts and are fishing in Massachusetts state water.
So for those that were, they had observers, do they take that data and then interpolate what that would be for the entire fleet? Or is this just for those that there were observations?
These are just the observed tows on the trips that had an observer over many years. I'm trying to remember the coverage. I think was it 5 years that we looked at? Jared?
I think it was longer than that. I think it was 6 or 7 years that we looked back.
Yeah, 2013 through 17.
So figure 4 is not for 2020,
No, that's drawn from Brad's squid report based on historic observer coverage going back from 18 to 13.
Yeah,
So
and I'm sorry, but Brad has a video that we can send around to the commission members to view it as it's a detailed presentation of his report. And Mike, it might make sense for you to view that and because I think you'll find it useful.
thank you, Dan. And if this is going to go out for public comment, maybe it would be good to have it broken down per year. Because I was under the impression this was for 2020.
No,
it's good that it isn't. It's over a 5-year period, but that would then let there be concern of the alarm for some of these numbers. But also, if it's how many boats then are there in total, and how many does this represent?
well, you can see on figure 3 in the memo on page 4, the number of unique vessels landing squid in area 538, which is basically the center of Nantucket Sound. It appears to be something in the order of 30, 40, 42 vessels. Probably between 35 and 50 vessels that participate in the fishery each year.
So of that number, how many have reported the discards? What percentage does that represent?
That would be in the larger report. So right now, this fishery ends on June 9th. And it gets extended by the director, sometimes an extra 1 week, 2 weeks, whatever. I'm proposing to cut the baby in the middle, take this fishery to the 15th and walk away. So I don't, if you want to take issue with the management of the squid fishery and discard and bycatch levels, that's a separate issue. And I think that this Schalmeyer report, which we'll send you, sort of revealed that the #1 discarded species is scaup, and the species is something like twice the threshold of a spawning stock biomass, and we have an underutilized quota because there's no markets for it. So I'm not sure that debating that the discard levels is germane to my proposal.
I understand what you're saying, but the date is in here, and I can almost forecast, because you've heard it, I've heard it, others have heard the same questions in response. And I'm just trying to provide some recommendations that would hopefully provide some additional details that could address that concern. That figure, to me, I looked at it and I thought it was 2020. Well, maybe it's just me and the rest of the public wouldn't come to the same conclusions, but I would ask that makes it a little bit clearer there of what that is and what's the backup to it. And then that could go out to public comment. If you don't feel that's necessary, but I'm just providing my input.
I
That really
appreciate
has
that.
nothing to do with whether I agree or disagree with it. I'm just trying to have some clarification. In addition, I would hope that this could go out to public comment in winter months, not in the fall months, but people are still fishing. There are those that have reached out to me about
So
this and have requested that. So hopefully it would be in the way.
yeah, to get at a few of those things, Mike, Brad was unable to make it today due to other work commitments. But he would be available during the public hearing and is the resident expert on a lot of this data, as he was the one who kind of made the sausage for that squid report. So he would be involved in any public hearing, be able to speak to the data that was used and what and how it was used and what it's what it's made of. And additionally, this would likely go out to public hearing this winter, just based on regulatory timelines that we'd be looking at, something in January for February or March, final recommendation for implementation in April or May.
Thank you. Just some food for thought. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further comments, Mr. Chair, if we want to move on to the winter scuff period issue.
Yes, by all means, setting a federal winter period scup limits. Dan, who's got this?
Jared,
Jared?
Sorry, I'm doing a couple things at once. Just give me a moment and let me get the right slides up on my screen. All right, so consistent with kind of what seems like the theme today, there's a number of different authorities we use for things, and we'd like to move away from using some of these in-season adjustment permit conditions authorities, and when we can adopt some regulations that streamline processes and have us rely a little bit less on some of those softer authorities. So currently, we set the winter 1 and winter 2 scup trip limits twice a year, once, probably at our December meeting for the winter 1 limits, and then again, I'm guessing probably at our September meeting for the October to December 31 winter 2 trip limits. We wait till these meetings to do that because we need to hear from NOAA as to, based on what the quota and what the quota utilization has been, as to what the federal trip limits are. Then we initiate a declaration process, conduct a 2-week comment period, and then come to you guys to vote up a recommendation to adopt the federal trip limits as the state trip limits during these winter periods. During these winter periods, we don't really have a scup fishery in state waters. The fish are typically moved off, although there may be some presence of scup and some amount of commercial fishing for scup in state waters on the shoulders at the very end of April and at the beginning of October. What we'd like to do is move away from this process and establish a state trip limit for all fishing occurring in state waters, whether by state only or federal permit holders, and have that be 1,500 pounds for the period of October 1 through April 22nd, which is commensurate with the summertime trawl limit. And then during the period of April 23 to April 30, adopt a 2,000 pound trip limit for state waters, which is commensurate with the allowance for small mesh fisheries under the FMP for scup, and also matches the season for the beginning of the season for the squid fishery. So that would that 2,000 pound allowance for small mesh trawlers would be from April 23rd to June 15th. which would match our proposed change to the squid fishery and what's allowed in the interstate plan. Then we'd adopt language similar to what we have for groundfish and sea scallops that allow federally permitted vessels fishing lawfully in federal waters to land limits consistent with what the federal regulations provide. That would allow us to move away from this current declaration process and having to deal with the, having to do this twice a year where it's just basically an action to implement the federal trip limits. So I can take questions on that if there are any, but it's pretty straightforward proposal. The one thing I will note is that there's a slight modification for what you see on the screen to what you see in the memo. In the memo, I believe we had the 2,000 pound trip limit going into effect on April 23rd. That's April 15th rather than April 23rd. The April 15 date is the date in the plan where small mesh trawlers can take and land up to 2,000 pounds of scup. However, as our squid fishery doesn't open until April 23rd, it makes no sense to go up to that limit on April 15th. I'd rather have that season start consistent with the start of our squid trawl fishery.
Questions for Jared?
I'm not seeing any hands raised, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so that's gonna go to public hearing.
Yeah, they will likely have to do the declaration process for the next two federal winter periods. The winter 2 period for 2021 will likely be proposed to you folks next month, and then the winter 1 period for 2022 will likely be proposed in the December meeting. So this would go out to public hearing this winter, and if approved, would go into effect when we go to set the winter 2 period limits next year.
Thank you, Jared. So we can move on. Discussion items.
Bring back up the agenda.
Next on the agenda, Ray, is the incidental take permit application update and the TRP, take reduction plan update by Bob Glenn.
Right. Bob, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everybody. Just give me one moment and I'll bring up a very brief presentation. Can folks see that?
No.
Okay. Bear with me here.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. I'm going to be very brief this morning. It's kind of a nice opportunity here because usually when I'm talking about a protected species update, it's rather a doom and gloom type of conversation. And today I actually have a couple of positive developments to report on. Let's see, my slides are not transitioning. Oh, there we go. Sorry about that. Got it. So on August 9th of this year, National Marine Fisheries Service published their 2022 list of fisheries. This is under the Marine Mammal Protection Act. National Marine Fisheries Service is required to list all the fisheries recognized and categorize them relative to their level of risk to marine mammals. Historically, the Mass lobster fishery has been part of the Northeast pot trap fishery for lobster. And that was kind of a major stumbling block for us relative to proceeding with our incidental take permit. Well, as of August 9th of this year, National Marine Fisheries Service has published their list of fisheries for 2022, and I'm happy to report, based on all the work that we've done over the past year with your assistance, that NMFS has in this Federal Register notice has listed has added a new fishery called the Massachusetts Mixed Species Trap Pot Fishery that includes our lobster, whelk pot, and fish pot fisheries in Massachusetts. And that they also are proposing to list it as a Category 2 fishery which is a lower risk designation than the previous designations. And so this, this is a really positive development for us. This will basically paves the way for us to proceed with what we hope is going to be a successful incidental take permit application. The rulemaking that the commission as well as DMF took on over the last year, including the extensions of the seasonal closure, the 1,700-pound rope rule, and the additional gear marking really played a critical part in NIMS making this designation. And as I said, this is a real critical milestone for DMF.
Bob, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want to let you know we're still seeing your cover slide.
Okay, so I apologize. I am not sure why.
Bob, if you want to take that down, I can bring up the one you sent me.
Just give me one more opportunity, and I may be able to resolve it in a minute.
Slides are visible on the side of your major presentation, but they're not being blown up.
Yeah, go ahead, Jared. I'm not sure why. It's up on my screen, but for whatever reason, I can advance it, but you're not seeing it advance. So I apologize. Thank you. Yeah, so so that's the slide that I just went over. As I said, this is a really big development for us. We're really excited about it. It gives us a great opportunity to move forward. And moving forward, gives us the ability to manage our fishery. So that's great news. Next slide. National Marine Fisheries Service recently has reconvened the Atlantic Large Whale Take Reduction Team and tasked the team with developing strategies to reduce the risk of mortality and serious injury to North Atlantic right whales by 60 or 80% in some additional fisheries, including the Northeast Sink Gillnet fishery, which would also include the Mass State Waters Gillnet fishery, which is part of that, as well as the Atlantic mixed species trap pot fishery, which historically included our whelk pot and fish pot fishery. The goal of this reduction in risk is to try to reduce the annual rate of serious injury and mortality to less than potential biological removal, which for this next year is going to be set at 0.7 whales per year. Currently, NIMS is in the process of modeling the risk baseline for each of these fisheries that each fisheries poses using the decision support tool. That's the same model that they use to model risk in the lobster fishery. And so they're now adding effort data for other fisheries, including the gillnet fishery, whelk pot and fish pot fisheries, and crab fishery, like blue crab fisheries along the coast, and parameterizing that model, and will come up with baseline estimates of risk for each fishery. That each fishery will then be tasked with reducing the risk by 60 to 80%. We've met remotely on probably 5 or 6 occasions over the last couple of months, and initially the discussions are focused primarily on time area closures, gear modifications, and things like weak rope. And also there's been a substantial discussion on consideration of exemptions to portions of the fisheries that occur in shallow coastal waters that do not overlap with North Atlantic right whales. Like for example, part of the discussions I've been advocating for us to be exempted for our fish pot and our whelk pot fisheries that occur in Buzzards Bay, Nantucket Sound, and Vineyard Sound, because there's just no evidence of overlap or co-occurrence with North Atlantic right whales. And so that's part of the ongoing discussions, and my hope is that that'll happen. Next slide. So next steps for this process, NIMS is preparing to develop a whole new set of Atlantic large whale take reduction recommendations for the U.S. East Coast gillnet, Atlantic mixed species trap pot, and the Mid-Atlantic lobster and Jonah crab fisheries. A focus is primarily on right whales, but they're also looking at interactions with humpbacks and gillnets. They will be conducting public scoping this coming September and October, there'll be some of this will occur in Massachusetts, and they'll be reaching out to various constituents in those fisheries to come and hear what they're proposing, and then also provide feedback. NIMS will reconvene the full team in early 2022 to discuss the scoping results and assemble potential alternatives and identify any additional data needs. And they're expected to have a full team vote on alternatives in early 2022 with an aim to come up with a draft environmental impact statement by the end of next year, and then some final implementation sometime in 2023. And then finally, last slide here, an update on the weak rope, and Suki mentioned this earlier. So first, just an update is that DMF is continuing to work with the NIMS gear team to test new rope and contrivances. NIMS gear team has gotten samples of several additional new ropes that are supposedly break at 1,700 pounds, and those are being tested over the last several weeks. Some of them are promising. Some of them are, despite being reported by the manufacturer, breaking at 1,700 pounds or less, are coming in substantially heavier. So there's some back and forth with the manufacturers on that. And DMF will continue to conduct outreach as new options become available and approved. One positive note, well, it's a positive note because of the outcome. So on August 7th, a whale watch vessel out of Gloucester witnessed a calf humpback whale become entangled in lobster gear. In typical whale fashion, the whale encountered the gear. Whales tend to have a pretty quick negative reaction. They kind of freak out a little bit. And so the whale my understanding based on the accounts is that the line became entangled around the whale's flipper. The whale panicked and started to dive underwater. And this was all witnessed by a whale watch boat. Several photographs were taken. And the whale successfully parted the buoy line and shed the gear. It floated up to the surface, and the whale watch vessel was able to recover that, turn that over to the environmental police, who in turn have turned it over to the National Marine Fisheries gear team who are conducting investigation. The gear was found to be compliant with the new 1,700-pound rope rules, and as you can see in the picture here of this gear, the buoy line parted right at the 1,700-pound red rope insert, just as it is intended to do. What's particularly interesting about this is a calf humpback whale. There was concern that these weak rope rules would not be sufficient to protect juveniles or calves of either right whales or other species like humpbacks. In this case, calf humpback whales are not particularly strong, but despite that, this humpback calf was able to part this line. And so on Tuesday, I was on a conference call with the folks from National Marine Fisheries Service and other states, and their gear team was on there, and they were discussing the case a little bit. And in general, all across the board among staff at National Marine Fisheries Services, that they're very encouraged by this. I think this really provides us with one, it justifies the effectiveness of the rule that we've gone forward with, and I think it really paints the weak rope rules that DMF put into place in a positive light. So it came at a particularly opportune time as NIMS is getting ready to push forward their final proposed rules, which will mostly affect the other states, since Massachusetts has already put all of those into place. But to have that additional ammunition to demonstrate to the whale community at large that this is an effective means to provide whale conservation, I think the timing was excellent. So that's all I have today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Bob?
Not seeing any questions, Mr. Chair. Would you like to go back to the agenda?
Thank you, Robert Glenn. Good presentation. It's too bad we couldn't get a front page article in the Globe about the breakaway deer. Moving on. CARES Act relief update.
Kevin? I'm not seeing Kevin on, so I can handle this if you want.
Sure, go ahead.
So applications hit the streets at the end of July. We have held 4 workshops, one at the Alliance in Chatham, another at MLA in Situate, and then 2 at our field stations, one in Gloucester, one in New Bedford, to help fishermen fill out their applications, address any questions they may have about the qualification criteria and how to do the math to make sure that they can get enrolled in the program. I think we had about 50 people attend these workshops. So that was good. I know that the partnership has also been, the Mass Fishermen Partnership and their Navigator program have been working with a lot of fishermen on this and funneling questions through them back to our staff. And we worked with them to develop an FAQ to help fishermen apply. Applications are due in 9 days on August 28th. And then we'll be reviewing appeals and hopefully getting a list to ASMFC in early to mid-October for payments. If I missed anything, Anna, Nick, Melanie, Dan, please jump on in.
Just a comment. This is Raymond speaking, Jared. Hats off to the DMF staff. I would speak to the public as they exited the building, and they were very happy to meet DMF staff and couldn't believe how engaged DMF staff was in this whole process. You know, it put a face to the name DMF as opposed to, oh, it's the Division of Marine Fisheries. So the public was very happy, I know, at the meeting down here on the Cape. Thank you.
Ray, I guess we can move on. I think Kevin is on the call, but as an attendee, but I'm guessing that Kevin must be satisfied with Jared's brief presentation.
Okay, I guess Nicola, updates on August ASMFC meeting and joint ASMFC MAFMC meeting.
Okay, I'll just give Jared a moment to bring up some slides. So these updates will cover 2 meetings that occurred in August. There was the ASMFC summer meeting, as well as the it was really a Mid-Atlantic Council meeting where the ASMFC meets jointly with them on species that are jointly managed, which includes Fluke's Cup sea bass and bluefish. The Mid-Atlantic Council's meeting was intended to be in Philadelphia with some people participating from home if they preferred that, to do it remotely. And as the meeting approached, positive COVID cases were spiking in Philadelphia, and that was turned into a all virtual meeting. Next slide. Both of those bodies are hoping to have in-person meetings in October, so we'll see how that goes. But the first species, in terms of American lobster, there was a new addendum initiated, which is going to look at electronic tracking requirements for federally permitted vessels in the lobster and Jonah crab fishery. We've seen, things that Bob was just talking about in terms of entanglements, as well as ocean planning and monument designations, things like that, that improve spatial and temporal effort data would really help our assessment and evaluation of management measures and mitigation risks. So that addendum was initiated, something that the board's been talking about, and we think really will benefit our management. There's also another addendum which is ongoing, which is looking to address the expected decline in the Gulf of Maine and Georges Bank lobster stock by establishing some predefined triggers when the stock crosses certain levels, that there would be some automatic regulatory changes. Some of the things that the technical committee is recommending as the most effective ways to reduce fishing mortality, and when those management triggers are met, is changes to the minimum and maximum gauge sizes, which will be an interest to our Outer Cape Cod lobstermen in particular. I think those two items have been prioritized above a management strategy evaluation for the same stock. And in terms of Jonah crab, a species that has grown in importance in Massachusetts, the first ever stock assessment was initiated with an expected completion date of 2023. Next slide. For striped bass, the board started out by getting a report on the fishery in 2020 and whether Addendum 6 had met its goal of an 18% reduction. And the data from 2020 shows that there was that goal was met through the implementation of the slot limit and the commercial quota reductions. And there was a 28% reduction in total removals from 2017, which was the benchmark year for that 18% reduction was looking at. The board also provided some additional guidance to the plan development team on their development of Amendment 7. So we'll be looking at the first draft of that document at the October meeting is the plan. So there could be public hearings on it, this winter. There was a second document, an addendum was also initiated that would modify Amendment 6. This is requested by Delaware to consider allowing for commercial quota to be transferred between states. And so that was kind of being fast tracked for potential implementation in 2020 based on Delaware's ongoing interest in commercial quota changes. And just a note that the stock assessment was shifted from 2021 to 2022 to get a better sense of how the Addendum 6 management measures are impacting the stock status. In terms of black sea bass, New York had appealed a prior decision of the board about the reallocations of the commercial quota, and the decision that the board had made. The policy board, agreed with that at the last meeting and remanded it back to the species management board. And in the end, what happened was that New York was granted a 1% increase to their initial commercial quota, which changes them from 7 to 8%. They had really wanted 2%, which is what Connecticut was given. And so that change for New York does not change the fact that 25% of the coastwide quota is still going to be allocated based on the regional biomass distribution, which is about 85% to the northern region. So through the final percent of Massachusetts quota for 2022 will be just over 15%. Currently it's 13%. Next slide. On Menhaden, as previously mentioned, an addendum was initiated to look at that small scale incidental catch fishery allowance, as well as the episodic event set aside program and the state allocations. The division will have a staff member on that plan development team. And in terms of the stock assessments, the ecological reference point assessment that pulls in, herring and striped bass and bluefish into it. The next version of that is going to happen in 2025 instead of 2022, which is a little bit unfortunate, but it'll provide the team more time to incorporate updated stock assessments for other species into that model. And then just a note that there's a lot of ASMFC kind of guiding documents and policies that are coming up against a lot of questions lately, and that there's ongoing discussions about how what it means to be a de minimis state and whether that exempts you from setting regulations. At this past meeting, a decision, there was decisions made to also reconsider the commission's conservation equivalency policy and as well and their appeals process. So those are some of the kind of overarching documents that have the ability to impact all the species management in the future if there's changes made to those processes. Next slide. At the joint meeting, the fluke scup and sea bass and bluefish specifications for 2022 and 2023 were set. Those were all based on new stock assessments, completed management track assessments that were completed this year that include data through 2019. None of the stock statuses changed from the prior assessments. Fluke is still between, in terms of their biomass, it's between the threshold and the target, although it's trending up, which is a positive sign. There had been a number of poor years of recruitment, and 2018 is an above average year class, which is it's a positive sign. Scup is like sea bass, they're both rebuilt at 200% of their target. Both of them are trending down because they previously had these very, very large year classes that are, aging out of the population. In terms of scup, unfortunately, the more recent year classes have been below average. With sea bass, we have a somewhat promising 2018 year class that's above average coming into the population. It's not nearly as big as that 2011 year class that really was part of what changed the fishing experience for sea bass for everyone in our region. Bluefish is overfished. The terminal year data does show a slight upward trend, so hopefully that will continue under the rebuilding plan. However, the 2019 year class is the lowest in the time series. So using the stock status information on the next slide, you'll see the commercial quotas and recreational harvest limits that were set for each of these species for the next 2 years. There's increases for summer flounder. Scup is about the same for 2022, but then declining with that biomass decline. Sea bass will see a slight, small increase in 2022, followed by a decline. And bluefish, the projections allow for increased harvests based on the rebuilding fishing mortality rate. I just wanted to make note of, in terms of commercial quotas, as we've kind of discussed, a quota increase directly relates to increased access for the commercial fishery. And under the current management approach for the recreational fisheries, that isn't always the case because we compare the prior year's recreational harvest estimate to what the new recreational harvest limit is. And just as an example, for sea bass, although the 2022 recreational harvest limit is increasing from 2021 to 6.74 million pounds. That's going to be compared to the prior year's harvest, which in 2020 was 9 million pounds. So that's already a recreational fishery that is taking its recreational harvest limit in full, unless there is a decline in the 2021 recreational harvest estimate. So these increases on the recreational side don't always relate to more liberal regulations under the current management approach. There is the potential for the numbers that you see for 2023 here to be revised for fluke scup and sea bass due to an ongoing recreational commercial allocation amendment that could change the percentages that those two sectors get of the total allowance. This table does already incorporate a slight revision to the bluefish sector allocations that was decided on the recently adopted bluefish allocation and rebuilding amendment. But so that frustration that many recreational anglers feel about increased harvest limits and not correspondingly increased possession limits, for example, is what is driving a consideration and addendum that's looking at changing to a harvest control rule approach that, if on a very aggressive timeline, it could potentially be ready for management in 2022. And if you go to the next slide, I'll give an example of, what is a harvest control rule. So the idea behind this is to move away from that comparison of the harvest to the RHL as the only way to set the measures, and also incorporate other stock status indicators, such as which direction the biomass is trending. Is there favorable recruitment that will be coming into the fishery and could support more liberal regulations? Is the stock at 200% of its target? Is the fishing mortality low? And putting those into predefined management steps. And so this is just one example of 4 approaches that were approved for further development, where you would be looking at the biomass amount and which way it's trending to figure out, where you are, step A, B, C, D, E, or F, where step A corresponds to the most liberal measures, and step F would be, a overfish stock that has the most restrictive regulations. So the idea here, is to, when there's an abundant stock with increasing biomass, allow for more liberal measures, which is the case in recent years for sea bass, where even though the stock has been very high and the biomass has been increasing, the fishery hasn't been able to enjoy the same type of liberalizations. So this has a potential to come into play in 2022. It may be 2023. However, the good news is that NOAA Fisheries is very supportive of this type of change right now, and is encouraging this to be prioritized, and their staff is invested in it and trying to do as much as they can to have it in place for 2022. And there will be, meetings this fall that would help to establish what those regulations would be for each of these steps. I think that's the last slide. Yep. If there are any questions about what's been going on at the ASMFC, I'll take them.
Bill Amaru.
Oh, thank you. Yes, that was a very informative presentation. I have one question at the end there on the recommendations that the National Marine Fisheries Service, would use these steps. Why was it limited to recreational fishing only and not commercial?
Well, I think it's the difference in the management systems, where the commercial fishery, has a quota, and in-season management of that quota, and the recreational fishery does not. And we've been seeing, when there's commercial quota increases, the states respond with increased liberalizations to the commercial rules. On the other hand, in the recreational fishery, even though there's been increases in the harvest limits based on an abundant stock, the management measures have gotten tighter in some situations. And so it's really looking at, it's in a response to the frustration with that juxtaposition of healthy stocks and more stringent regulations, which is not the same thing that we're seeing on the commercial side.
I don't know. I wish I could agree 100% with that, but I don't. I think that we have the exact problem that you just described in the commercial fishery, and that's that we have a moving target, and yet we have fixed time frames and schedules for rebuilding. And the idea of having a target that is a broad-based, abundant resource like the step A with a healthy biomass, and yet continuing to have restrictions put in place that may be more restrictive than or necessary, this could be a part of a plan that would help to reduce those inequities and allow for a more liberal and yet sustainable harvest by both commercial and recreational. Anyway, it's one of the pet peeves that I've had when dealing with the federal rules and regulations. So I'm kind of happy to see this happen, and perhaps if it proves to be beneficial, it can be expanded to include non-recreational fisheries as well. But overall, your report was in depth and accurate to the extent I could understand it, and very timely. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill.
Khalil.
Khalil?
Thank you, Jared. Again, echo what Bill said. It's a well-produced document that you've given us, Nicola. What I want to react to is a reading that was given to us in anticipation of this meeting. And it's the webinar summary, I guess from when the meeting on May 5th. And I want to react to page 10, something that was written on page 10. And it's a press release for the ASMFC Atlantic Striped Bass Board continues to move forward on the development of draft amendment 7. And there's a paragraph here on page 10, the second paragraph of that, and just bear with me for a couple of minutes. And it says, prior to the board's deliberations, Commission Chair Patrick Kelleher provided opening remarks urging the board to take action to address the downward trend of the commission's flagship species. He's referring to striped bass. He stated, while we are not at the point we were in 1984, the downward trend of the stock is evident in the assessment. For many of the commission's species, we are no longer in a position to hold hope that things will revert to what they have previously been if we just hold static. The change is happening too fast and action needs to be taken. He further, finished the quote. He further requested the board to consider, quote, what is best for the species and also what is best for the future of the commission, unquote, end quote. Nicola, can you were probably on that the webinar, and I'm not sure where you were part of this particular meeting. Can you shed some light on that quote that I just read?
I believe that was probably from the spring meeting.
That was May 5th.
May 5th. So yeah, the spring meeting of the commission, which is when it decided which measures that had gone out for scoping to include in the draft amendment. And so a lot of, in recognition of the fact that the striped bass is overfished and overfishing is occurring, I think he was putting an emphasis on moving forward with management issues that can help us, rebuild the stock. And in order to do that as quickly as possible, remove some of the issues that went out to scoping from further development at the time. So I think he was really looking to prioritize what went forward in the draft amendment, and the list of issues was pared down from about 10 to 4.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And the PDT continues to work on a pretty quick schedule to develop those issues that move forward, and so we expect to see the first draft in October.
Okay, thank you. This is the first time. I've only been involved with MFAC for 5 years. This is my 6th year, and this is the first time that I think I've seen a statement as strong as that, talking about what is perceived as a decline of the species. So I'm really going to pay attention to this because I really, as I said in my statement, I'm going to revert back to the striped bass vote that we took in the spring. I feel that something really needs to be looked at this needs to be looked at carefully, and I feel that there are going to be some hard decisions that are going to have to be made down the line regarding this particular species. And I have to agree that we are no longer in a position to hold hope that things will revert to what they were in previous to 1984. So I was really surprised to see this statement, and kind of heartened that someone would actually come out and make this strong statement. I think it's a very strong statement, stating that the striped bass might be in some sort of trouble. Thank you.
Questions for Nicola?
Not seeing any further questions, Mr. Chair. Would you like me to bring back up the agenda?
Thank you, Nicola. Great presentation. I believe Melanie will be up next. Ms. Griffin, New England Fishery Management Council meeting updates.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Am I coming through all right?
Yes, you're fine.
Great. So first off, congratulations to Commission Member Mike Peardnock. He's been appointed to the council and his 3-year term began this month, and he'll be sworn in at the September council meeting, which right now is scheduled for in-person in Plymouth. The other appointees, that was it for Massachusetts, but Eric Reed was reappointed for Rhode Island. Mark Alexander was appointed for Connecticut. He's a former agency head there. And then for Maine, 2 new appointees are Togue Braun and Jeff Smith. So just a quick related note that this is a real time of change for council membership with many long-term members and not just in Massachusetts terming out over the next 3 years. So we'll definitely have our hands full trying to find good replacements. I'm just going to give a quick update on scientific developments and the recent management actions. In general, the summer is a time when a lot of the scientific research and analysis gets done, and that feeds into the fall and winter management. So I'm just going to touch briefly on a few scientific developments before I go into the management actions. Recently, assessments, there were a series of June management track assessments. A lot of those covered mid-Atlantic and ASMSC species, but I want to pull out one in particular, Atlantic mackerel. It's one that has, its status has been revised downwards. The FRE build is found to be continuing overfishing. And I think this is something we're going to have to spend some time with in the future, given the state recreational catch. The MID met last week and they did begin their discussions about emergency actions as well as analyses that are aimed at revisions to the rebuilding plan. So stay tuned there. In July, there was the international process that involves the US and Canada in terms of our shared groundfish stocks. That's Eastern Georges Bank cod and haddock and Georges Bank yellowtail. And that scientific group is known as the Trans-Boundary Resource Assessments Committee, or TRAC for short. And so they've met and that their recommendations are going to be flowing through the PDT and the SSC in the next couple of months at the council. There has been a delay in the haddock research track. The working group is continuing to meet and the final assessment meeting is expected to take place in early 2022. The Northeast Regional Coordinating Council, which is the body that really sets the assessment schedule, they did meet recently. And so there have been some revisions. So if you're interested in the next upcoming management track assessments and research track assessments, you can go to their website and see what the latest updates are in terms of the schedule. The Atlantic cod stock structure, that's something that's been going on for a couple of years now. So there was the working group that several of our staff, including Dr. Micah Dean, were involved with. And their report that was peer reviewed by the SSC went through a series of workshops to help inform how that's going to flow through the assessment process. So how that will also inform things like the 2023 upcoming assessments. Those workshops have concluded, the science ones, but what's underway right now is a series of management workshops that are aimed at both informing that 2023 research track, but also our current Groundfish Framework 63 action. UNH is hosting these. You can register online and I can send out that registration link, or I think Jared might have already forwarded it to you. There've been, let's see, what's today, the 19th. So there's actually this afternoon, there's a workshop specific to Gulf of Maine cod. 2 days ago was on Southern New England and Georges Bank, and there will be 2 more coming up in September, one on September 9th that is specific to recreational, and then one on September 20th that is this general topic of discussing kind of trade-offs. Some other working groups that are meeting right now include the Scallop Survey Working Group. That's met 3 times now, and there are various topical subgroups that are underway, and they're going to inform recommendations. I believe wrap-up target date is July 2022. The other thing I want to point out is the groundfish PDT and New England Council's SSC, a subgroup of that SSC, are forming to advance the discussion on groundfish ABC control rule alternatives. So next slide, Jared. So in terms of management, the council wrapped up its last meeting in late June. And that really was about setting research priorities for the next 5 years, provided some feedback to various federal agencies on several issues, from offshore wind to electronic monitoring law to a petition for secretarial action on limited access scallop leasing. I'm happy to follow up on any of those, but I'm going to move forward and not go into any detail right now. So in terms of looking forward to the September meeting, which really is kind of this effective start of the council year, several actions have been initiated, and I'll quickly run down those by each particular FMP. So in terms of groundfish, we have that framework that is scheduled for final action in December, and this is setting the 2022 to 2024 specs. This also includes a discussion about revising default specifications. There was a real concern this year that maybe the fishery would shut down because there's a 3-month window where we can operate under default, and we're really butting up against that. Luckily, that didn't happen. Also, part of this is consideration of rebuilding. On last Friday, the 13th, ominous timing, we finally received the anticipated correspondence from the agency about making inadequate progress on rebuilding for 2 stocks, Gulf of Maine cod and Southern New England Mid-Atlantic winter flounder. So the rebuilding plan itself and revisions to that is really a little bit of a longer term project for the committee and the council to discuss. There's about a 2-year time frame from notification to having measures in place. But in this framework, the council is considering additional measures that it could put into place in the language of the letter we received from the agency, really looking to help kind of support spawning success and recruitment. There's also a CLF petition that's out for public comment. This is not a new one. This is the same one that the council has been discussing. The council, if you recall, I think it was in November, the council provided its correspondence to the agency that it did not think the petition had merit. So what this notice is the federal agency saying, we think this has some merit for consideration. It's not the agency's response. This is just a call for public comment on the petition itself. And I believe the comment period is open till October 4th. So again, I can follow up with a link to that if anyone's interested in seeing it. In terms of scallops, we have that limited access leasing petition for secretarial action that's kind of on hold right now. The council has submitted its feedback letter to Garfield on that. And actually the petitioner submitted some correspondence to the agency saying, hey, please hold off basically until the council gets through its prioritization process, basically waiting to see how the council does or does not prioritize anything for 2022. In terms of regulatory actions, Scallops also has a framework that we'll be working on that is its usual spec setting process. But this is the action that's really going to roll in the changes that were already approved for Amendment 21. And those really were geared at the Northern Gulf of Maine scallop management. PDT is working on rotational management review. This is a real big look at how scallops have been operating and how successful we've been. Have we been meeting the intents of management that's going to be going on through this fall? And just to note that the RSA announcement for the 2022-2023 awards is out. So this is a call for proposals. The current year's awards that were already awarded focus on surveys, bycatch reduction, and turtles. Moving on to herring. Again, we have 2 frameworks here that the council is working on. The main focus at this time is Framework 9, which is the rebuilding. Final action is scheduled for this upcoming September council meeting. And just a reminder that the options to date include using Amendment 8's harvest control rule as the rebuilding plan, as well as an alternative that looks at a 7-year fixed F approach. Of course, the big question with these and a lot of our rebuilding programs, including probably for Gulf of Maine cod, and I think a similar question with mackerel is, what do we do when recent recruitment is different than the long-term average? So that's often been a discussion point. To date, it's really more something that is providing context in terms of the likelihood of outcomes using the longer-term assumption of recruitment. The other part of Framework 9 deals with potential increases in flexibility when it comes to payback of sub-ACL overages when the total ACL remains under-harvested. So then the other actions that the council still is working on is this longer-term work on Framework 7 and the Georges Bank spawning protection. That is a little bit of a looser timeline at this point. The latest action was a request by the committee for the AP and PDT to meet jointly to discuss potential real-time monitoring tools. I'll just note that on July 1st, the industry-funded monitoring amendment, that coverage took effect and began. I know there's been some concern expressed that how that affects the participants in the fishery. But GARFO has announced that they have sufficient funding to cover agency costs and reimburse part of industry costs, and that reimbursement will happen through ASMSC. Skates, similar to all the previous FMPs, also has some specifications for 22-23 that will be developed through the fall. And there's also an ongoing discussion about Amendment 5, which no longer is looking at limited access. Recently, the council recommended that GARFO rescind the current control dates. They were outdated and they weren't being put to use. Ecosystem-based fishery management. We still have the priority to hold in-person educational and informational workshops on the Georges Bank ecosystem fishery or example fishery ecosystem plan. And I know that there's been a request to have the states kind of help with outreach on that. So other things I just want to take a second to mention, EVTR and one-stop reporting. There was some debate, both at the New England and Mid-Council, about delaying this out of concern that it wasn't ready. That ultimately was not recommended, so that the existing deadline remains in place. The agency has recently put out some outreach on workshops it's having, and so those will be recorded and they'll be accessible online, but there are 2 that are upcoming, including one today. So you'll have a choice to make if you want to participate or tune into the Gulf of Maine cod workshop or this EVTR. So there's one today and one on the 24th in the afternoon. And these webinars really are aimed at providing vessel operators and others with a walkthrough of the eTrips Mobile 2, the Fish Online Apple app, and the Fish Online web app as options for submitting the EVTRs. They're really using the port agents as the primary points of contact. So if you or anyone you know has questions on that, definitely reach out to your local port agent. Surveys in the wind farms. I just wanted to take a second. If you see that bottom image, I just put that up there as an illustration. The Science Center reported out at the June meeting that they do have an internal group that's discussing these issues. I do want to note that they're looking at the scallop survey working group really as the group that's going to focus on the scallop specific issues. So their internal group's really going to focus on their trawl survey. I would just say for those interested, you might want to check out the slides that Dr. Hare and Mr. Lipsky presented at the June council meeting. Those should be up on the council website. There's also a grant that's been provided to Professor Gavin Fay at SMAS that's going to facilitate stakeholder workshops to determine some simulation scenarios aimed at evaluating how the bottom trawl survey could adapt relative to these offshore wind areas. So maybe something folks want to tune into. That final image on the top referencing the East Coast climate change scenario planning. This is something that involves that big overarching Northeast regional coordinating group, which includes all the councils as well as ASMSC. And so they have created this initiative where they're seeking input to help inform how fisheries management may evolve over the next few decades as climate change becomes a bigger issue. There's a comment period that's out right now that ends October 6th. And there are 3 upcoming options to join on a webinar and provide input. One is August 30th, the other is September 1st, and the final one, September 2nd. These are redundant, so there's no need to be on all of them, but if you're interested, then you can choose one of those 3. And again, I'll provide links and all this stuff to Jared to send out in a follow-up email. But with that, Mr. Chairman, that concludes my updates.
Thank you, Melanie, for a update on the council. Questions for Melanie Griffin?
I'm not seeing any hands, Mr. Chair.
Thank you again, Melanie, for your time and dedication. We'll
Thank you,
move.
Red.
Yeah, Ray, we can get through the shellfish issues pretty quick. Chrissy Pettypass was going to give a short presentation on PSP closures. We had an extraordinarily late PSP situation. PSP is paralytic shellfish poisoning, so-called red tide. Chrissy, are you on?
Yes. So let me see if I can share my screen here. Oh, if host is
Chrissy,
disabled.
I'm going to have to make you a co-host. Just give me a moment.
Yep.
You're all set.
Okay, can you see the full screen?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just gonna start. I just have a few slides. I just figured I'd remind you what our monitoring efforts look like. On the left-hand side, we have a map of our mussel monitoring station. So that's where we're actually measuring meats, doing the mouse bioassay. And on the right-hand side, we have our phytoplankton monitoring stations map. So basically, we have the South Shore that's done in our New Bedford lab. Brianne Shanks has started taking over the phytoplankton counts for us. And in the North Shore, Melissa Campbell does the phytoplankton counts. And then just as a reminder, if you didn't catch our What Is It Wednesday, these are what Alexandrium sells. So Alexandrium is the single-celled algae that produces the PSP toxins that require us to close down when the toxin thresholds reach quarantine amounts. So this map shows the 2021 PSP closures. The inset map is of the Nauset system. We generally have closures every year in Nauset. This year's Nauset closure went from March 17th to June 17th, so total of 92 days. The area is still closed to moon snail harvest. We started seeing cells really early in February. So February 4th, we had 195 cells per liter. And the very first mussel sample we collected for the year was March 14th, and it had already had PSP toxin levels well above the action threshold. So we had measured 337 micrograms per 100 grams of tissue. The action threshold for closure is 80 micrograms per 100 grams. And generally, we'll do a precautionary closure once it gets over 60, because it can change so quickly that, you know, if we wait a week, we could have missed it. And clearly, this shows we probably have to start even earlier next year. As for the North Shore, as Dan mentioned, we had somewhat unexpected late PSP bloom. On June 28th, we started observing hundreds of cells per liter in Duxbury Bay. And by July 2nd, the North Shore counts were over 500 cells per liter. On July 6th, the North Shore mussel samples from Scituate, Cohasset, Essex, and Gloucester were already, they had detectable levels of toxin, very low, but detectable. By July 8th, we started to see the cell counts jump to thousands of cells per liter. And on the North Shore, greater than 13,000 cells per liter at the Newburyport station. So we did another mussel run on July 12th, and Essex and Gloucester mussels had greater than 200 micrograms of PSP toxins per 100 grams of mussel meats. And we saw approaching 60. So we're at the level where we start to get concerned at in both the Marshfield Cohasset samples. Cell counts were highest in Gloucester at about 22,000 cells per liter and about 400 cells per liter in some of our South Shore samples around Duxbury. By July 23rd, the bloom was starting to decline, and we ended up opening up for everything except for carnivorous snails by July 31st. So the North Shore closure was July 14th through July 31st. And there were various iterations of the closure. So the first notice on July 14th closed just for mussels. And then there was a closure that went out the day after that closed other species. But the overall bracket of the closure was July 14th through July 31st. So I just wanted to put up the cyst map because one of the parameters we think really has some high level control on the next year's bloom is the fall cyst map. And so on the left-hand side, the larger map shows the Greater Gulf of Maine cyst survey for 2020. And we can see, looking at the scale, and the scale is the same on the 2020 map as it is on all the annual maps that you see on the right. And you can see the 2020 cyst map wasn't anything extraordinary. We can see in 2004, there's a lot of red. We had, over 2,000 cysts per square meter all over the place. Especially mid-coast Maine, and we have another seed bed up in the Bay of Fundy, just north of the Grand Banana Island. And as you may recall, 2005 was the year of the historic PSP bloom in the region. The same thing for 2007. 2007 was a very hot year for the seed beds, and 2008 ended up being a pretty bad PSP year in Massachusetts. However, I also want to point out that this isn't the whole story, because if you look at 2009, that the 2009 cyst bed was about as bad as we've seen. And so we were expecting 2010 to be a very bad PSP year, and 2010 ended up not being a bad PSP year. So we haven't figured everything out. It's pretty dynamic situation. The other thing I wanted to point out was the National Center for Coastal Ocean Science has a model that they run. So this is a static one. I'm actually going to get out of here for a minute and go to the website so that we can just quickly run the model. So it started May 2nd, and you can see as it steps through, the purple arrows are the wind vectors. So you're seeing magnitude and direction of the wind. But as it steps through, you can see that the scale is at 1,000 cells per liter is the highest, the maximum on the scale. And so that red hot color, you just don't see really popping up. We're already June 25th, and the model only goes to July 12th. So I'm just going to stop it at July 12th. And if you recall from my prior slides, that's when we started seeing some high densities of the cells. So you can see from the model completely missed populations of Alexandrium in Mass Bay and entering Massachusetts. It basically kept very low densities up, Maine and Canada, and then offshore. So basically, the take-home message is we didn't have any red flags that would have indicated that this year would be a closure year, that we would have some closures that were particularly this late. Generally, this late in the year, the water temperatures are so high that they've kind of exceeded Alexandrium's preferred temperature thresholds. So this bloom this year truly was a surprise. So that's all I have for the PSP update, other than I'm just going to add that we are continuing to monitor other potentially harmful algae blooms going on. We had a major bloom of the dinoflagellate Dinophysis acuminata in the Nauset system, but it happened to co-occur with the Alexandrium bloom. So the system was already closed. We did send mussels to the FDA for testing. And so we had almost 2 million cells per liter of the dinophysis that causes diuretic shellfish poisoning. And we didn't see very much toxin in the shellfish. So fortunately, it wasn't an issue. But again, we don't have the ability to measure DSP toxins in Massachusetts, so we had to send it out to the FDA. The other thing, we're continuing to monitor our populations of Pseudonychia, which cause amnesic shellfish poisoning in the state. So we've kind of had low-level populations all over the place pretty much all year long that we continue to monitor. So with that, I'll take any questions.
I'm not seeing any questions, Mr. Chair.
Hey, Chrissy, why don't you just transition into the SMAS contract for hydrographic modeling?
Okay, sure. So I just have one slide here. So I believe Jeff Kennedy has presented to you some of our issues surrounding classification around wastewater treatment plants. So over on the top right-hand side, we see a model of a hypothetical embayment that has a wastewater treatment plant. And according to requirements in the National Shellfish Sanitation Program's model ordinance, they want a 1,000 to 1 dilution when the plant is operating under normal conditions. So even if there isn't an upset, they're operating within their concentration standards. The FDA still expects the prohibited line to go out to the 1,000 to 1 dilution. Now, the conditional area that's between the prohibited area and any approved waters, they expect 100,000 to 1. And that is basically to safeguard against upset. So if there's a failure and we're getting fecal concentrations that are, either indicative of completely untreated sewage or partially treated sewage, the conditional area is based on how long it takes for the high levels to reach a certain area. So if it moves very, very quickly, we have less time to respond and close it. So there's some information that we need to determine based hydrographically on the flow rates coming from the treatment plant and other factors to try to determine basically the fate of the effluent. One of the issues is that the conditionally approved area, while it can remain open all the time as long as the sewage treatment plant is operating the way it's supposed to, the fact that we have to change the classification to conditionally approved means that anybody in a conditionally approved area can no longer export product to the European market. So we've reached out to our SMAS colleagues, particularly Dr. Chen, and because we don't have the modeling expertise to really inform really high resolution hydrographic conditions within an area, we had requested an increase in the MFI earmark, and we did in fact get $100,000 to fund the hydrodynamic modeling around the wastewater treatment plant outfalls. So Chen will be using, a combination nested models of Northeast Coastal Ocean Forecast System and his finite volume community ocean model, FBCOM. And these other images, and again, I'm not a modeler, so that's why we need his help. But this is just to give you a visual of what we hope to get out of this partnership and this work. This is actually a paper from Dr. Chen's that was doing some modeling work in Alaska. And you can see on the top, he has different grids. We have grid 1, you can see it's a coarser scale. So the grid of the model domain, the smallest grid space is still much larger than grid 2 or grid 3. And so that means the parameters have to be averaged over that larger space. And when we see the model results below, now the model results below are for velocities, so current velocities, but you can imagine, we could be looking at a different parameter such as the contaminant concentration. And we can see that with the coarser grid, we don't get the fine details that we can see as we get the grid just with finer resolution. So for example, on this right-hand lower part, we can see that perhaps if we were looking at concentrations, this area over here, if you can see my mouse, I'm not sure, is actually lower. So the velocities are lower than what you would expect in the higher resolution grid. So the work that Chen is doing is he's going to take some of the existing models and he's going to build these finer resolution grids within the areas that have sewage treatment plant outfalls. And then hopefully we'll get some information that will allow us to minimize some of the closures around the wastewater treatment plant outfalls. That may not be the case for all of them, but we may be able to either minimize the closure, or it would inform our definition of the closure boundaries such that it's more in line with where the threat of contamination actually lies. So that's it, if you have any questions.
Yeah, and I'll just add one more comment. Where this becomes important is in an area around a wastewater treatment plant that we've been forced to close under the new FDA requirements. We're hopeful that this modeling might give us more surgical closures and just be more accurate, you know, in either direction, either for the need for a larger closure or a smaller one. It's just going to be more precise and hopefully more accurate. So thanks for that, Chrissy. I think we're pretty short on time. I know Bill Doyle was probably interested in this, especially given all the work that we did around the wastewater treatment plant in Plymouth. But what I didn't mention is in this year's budget, there were two great developments. One was this extra funding for us to work with our SMAS colleagues to come up with this new more precise modeling. And then the second, which I'll get into, is on the agenda, is the Shellfish Advisory Panel has now been codified into state law. And this is a 14, well, actually it's about a 20-person panel. This is what's in the statute. And so I'm in the process right now of appointing this committee. The statute allows the director to approve them to 3-year terms unpaid. And this is the makeup. We hope to bring back or move forward with many of those who served on our ongoing Shellfish Advisory panels, but we may have to change the composition to meet the recipes here for the different identified types of representatives. For example, I think in the past we had up to 5 constables, so we're going to have to shorten that to 2. All of this is going to work on the Mass Shellfish Initiative Strategic Plan. And I don't want to go over that today, but we will send you a link to that. And I'm intending on appointing Bill Doyle as the commission member. He has been serving on the Shellfish Advisory Panel, and I'd like to bring him forward into the codified one. In the past, it's been kind of ad hoc, but it's been effective. But I believe we need more regular meetings, and it's a great opportunity to bring our work forward to the stakeholders. So I think that covers all of the shellfish information, Ray. We can accelerate the end of this meeting at this point.
Okay, we'll move on to other business. Thank you, Dan. Status of subcommittees.
Yeah, so I'll briefly speak to this. We will be looking to get the groundfish subcommittee together probably before the next commission meeting. So be on the, we'll probably be sending out a doodle poll or querying the members of that subcommittee on when they want to meet in the coming week or so, with the goal of meeting before the September 23rd commission meeting. I intend to get the law enforcement subcommittee together in November to begin to brainstorm, as we do annually, modifications to existing regulations to enhance enforcement and compliance and address any loopholes or gray areas that the environmental police or others have found throughout the year. And then, as Dan stated earlier, due to the CARES backlog and the staffing issues related to that with regards to our statistics program, we haven't convened the striped bass subcommittee or the permitting subcommittee, but as the CARES program begins to wind down, we can start to redirect some resources to addressing those matters, and you know, both of those issues are going to be, or both of those subcommittees are going to be rather data dependent. So we're going to have to involve the statistics program in that. So once CARES winds down, we'll begin to reallocate time to those issues and bring those subcommittees together. Then not on the agenda, but something worthwhile discuss, at least putting on your radar now, is we have 3 upcoming commission meetings, September 23rd, October 28th, and December 2nd. I have booked the large room in Westboro for those meetings if we want to meet in person. There are some challenges with using that facility given capacity restrictions that I have to work out with their folks if we are going to use those buildings, or we can continue to meet remotely. The governor has extended the emergency order on the open meeting law to allow virtual meetings until April 2022. So that option remains on the table. And I'll work with you guys over the next couple of weeks to figure out how we want to manage these next few meetings and the meetings early next year, given the spike in Delta variant cases and illnesses. So we want to be cognizant of that and your feelings towards in-person meetings. That's all I have on those 2 items, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any questions for Jared? If not, we'll move along.
Let's move along.
Okay, commission member comments. I'll start this at the top. Bill Amaru. Any comments for the commission?
No comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, William. Khalil.
Yes,
Comment.
just one comment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Although the meeting was longer than we had anticipated, it needs to be understood, there were a lot of great reports and very informative reports, and I truly appreciate all the efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim Brady.
Hi, Ray. Yeah, Tim Brady. One thing that was not on the agenda, but I happened to get the opportunity to go out with OSearch, which is a white shark research organization, and they apparently have a NOAA permit to take white sharks and do research on them and release them, but they do not have a Mass state permit. So I'm kind of trying to do some research on that, and it's not something to bring up probably right now in this forum, but I would like it to be on the agenda of a follow-up meeting.
Just to follow that up, Tim, you should speak to Dr. Scommel at the MS.
Yeah.
He can tell you the whys and why nots.
Actually, Ray, I'd prefer Tim reach out to me and I can work on providing all the documentation we have on that issue.
Fine, thank you, Dan.
Okay, yep.
And just, I'd also like to thank everybody that was involved in getting a month-long for hire. I know it came down through NOAA, but I appreciate all the work. It means a lot to have a full month of cod possession here in Cape Cod Bay. There are a ton of cod out there. We're throwing them back every single trip. I'm back to fishing every day because we were laid up because of COVID last summer, but there are so many cod in Cape Cod Bay. It'll be good to have a month of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Bill Doyle.
I'm all set, Ray. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Shelley Edmondson.
I have no comment as well, but thank you, Ray.
Thank you. Michael Piednock.
All set, thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Suki Sawyer.
Yeah, Ray, I got a thing. I like that MEPs and the division to get together and try to put an end to this, bringing these big cases of fisheries violations that go through the court system and have clerk magistrates or judges just say, stop interfering with people's ability to make a living, and nothing gets done at the court level, and just go to judiciary hearings, because a lot of frustration out there in the lobster industry, especially about some of these big cases that have happened lately, these big busts, and nothing seems to be happening, and they go to court and they get postponed. I mean, one of the North Shore, here it is, it's almost a year since this happened and there's nothing happened. Now we have a big one in Sandwich that's taking place. And we get dragger issues on the North Shore like we've always had. And it's that time of the year where the guys are moving out in deeper water and the draggers are causing problems. And one of these particular draggers has got decades worth of cases against him, and he's still got in possession of a permit. So we need a judiciary hearings to address these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Suki. I'm sure Dan will take note on that. Lou Williams.
Hi, Ray. Yeah, no, I just want to say today, I was very happy to listen to Bob Glenn's take with the lobster issue and the state of Massachusetts state water fishery be designated and separated from the rest of the industry for all the stuff we've done with closures and everything. That was my hope, voting that in. And I'm glad to see that happen and to take a page out of Ray's book. I thought that was very interesting with that breakaway on that baby humpback. And yeah, let's see if we can get some media on this instead of all, like, to use Bob's phrase, it's all doom and gloom. So again, thanks.
I'd like to close the meeting thanking DMF staff for a very informed meeting and thanking the participation of all our commission members. As I said, I'm delighted to see the participation with the present day commission. It thrills me. And at that, I'll call for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, we do have public comment today.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jared. Who's got their hand up?
One moment. Mr. Weeks, you may unmute yourself. You can speak. Mr. Weeks, you can unmute yourself and speak. Mr. Weeks, you can unmute yourself and speak. All right, Ray, it looks like there's an issue with his audio. We're gonna, Mr. Weeks, if you want to email me directly, I could send your comments to the commission. We're gonna proceed since that function's not working. We'd be looking for a motion to adjourn, then there are no further comments from the public.
Need a motion to adjourn, gentlemen.
So moved.
Who is that?
It's Bill Amaru.
Bill, I'm sorry. Second. Somebody please second.
I second it, Lou Williams.
Thank you, Lou. No opposition, motion adjourned.